Morning, good afternoon, good evening to all our valued audience and respected speakers from around the globe. Welcome back to the conference on artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. My name is Lamia Nail. It's my pleasure to be your host for the second day of the Women in Tech Summit under the Industry and Government track. We hope you have enjoyed the insightful panel discussions and interesting keynotes yesterday. And today we bring you more, featuring top female leaders in the academia, industry, and government sectors. Please be part of the conversations by sharing your thoughts in the session's chat section and your questions to the panelists and speakers in the question section located on the right side. We shall kick off our program for today with a keynote speech by Ms. Atsuko Okuda, Director of ITU's Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. In her interesting speech, Ms. Atsuko played the leading role played by the ITU in connecting the world, with a focus on the valuable programs that ITU's Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific is offering to its members. The mic is now yours, Ms. Atsuko. Please start your keynote speech.
Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Atsuko Okuda, Regional Director of the ITU Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to share with you how we are integrating the AI, machine learning, and the IoT to the important work of connecting the unconnected in Asia and the Pacific. Now, let me share with you, and I hope that you are able to see my full screen. Let me just start very briefly to introduce the ITU as an specialized UN organization in information and communication technology. We are the oldest UN agency established in 1865. With the membership currently 193 countries globally, with about 900 academia and private sector members. And ITU has three sectors. One covering the radio communication, coordinating the radio frequency spectrum and assigning the second sector is the standardization, establishing the important and critical global standards in the area of ICT. And the third is dedicated to the development, connecting the unconnected and bridging the digital divide. So one of the key mandates of ITU is to provide the reliable connectivity to everyone. And under this mandate, we work on establishing the network and digital infrastructure. More specifically, we support member countries with spectrum management, broadcasting, next generation networks, broadband, rural connectivity, as well as international connectivity and conformance and interoperability. Currently, there is the transition to 5G. However, there is a growing trend of some countries moving ahead with 5G, but the rest of the countries are still in the process of connecting as many people as possible, as you see on the slides. So this is a critical area of ITU to assist and to achieve the connecting the unconnected by 2030. After connecting, the digital services is an important next step. And in order to deliver the meaningful services to achieve the sustainable development goals and leaving no one behind, we promote the digital applications such as e-agriculture, digital finance, mobile health, and sustainable and digital government. And as you see on the slide, we have several initiatives as well as toolkits to assist government to integrate and advance the digital services and digital government. And in Asia and the Pacific specifically, we have a project in China, Afghanistan, Bhutan, Fiji, India, Mongolia, Pakistan, PNG, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Vanuatu, just to name a few. And we have a project in other regions as well. Now, in providing the digital services, what is very important and for member countries and stakeholders at large is this whole of government approach. That in addition to the focus on sectoral digital transformation such as education and health, we would the government as a whole with the whole of government approach so that there is a basic framework that can be shared that will enable the interoperability across governments and to support the efficient and effective government services. We support the whole of government approach with various tools. Maybe the image is a little bit too small, but we have several important approaches and toolkits to support the government with. And these are translated then in reality on the ground with initiative called Smart City, Smart Village, and Smart Islands, which capitalizes on the sectoral applications while emphasizing the sectoral synergies across the government. Now, after the connectivity and digital services, the capacity and the digital skills among government officials, stakeholders, and citizens at large. In order to support such digital skills development, ITU has a platform called ITU Academy and provides different levels of programs and services on the ITU Academy. For instance, in Asia and the Pacific, we have 6 Center of Excellence. We partner with academia members of ITU to provide intermediate to advanced level of technical skills development. And ITU also implements the international training programs in the context of Pacific and ASEAN. We also support the sub-regional organizations and their efforts in capacity development. We also provide a dedicated and tailored support. For instance, as you see on the slides, ITU partner
for ERP and CRM, it comes for the first journey we discussed before around the digital workplace. So digital workplace is usually become number one priority, number one journey for any digital transformation for any enterprise. Okay. What is the barrier that happened to see the results, to make the digital transformation for SME is much less than the SME and so. So interesting results see that 70% or 73% from the company indicated that they have a problem or they don't know how to integrate the existing technology with any new digital tools they have. So they think about if they have a process, they have a normal day-to-day activity, how to convert this day-to-day activity into the digital tool. And if they have a legacy system or a small Excel sheet, for example, for accounting, how to use more robust or more enhanced tool. So the indication here says that 70% or more have a problem in the setup of the new technology and its integration with existing system. The second point, which is 51%, which is a very interesting number, they say that they don't know what they need from the beginning. So the digital transformation is around a lot of tools, but here, what is the product we can do? What's our need at that stage? I need someone to support me to choose. The cost, which is usually come in our mind that is usually cost sensitive, is contributed by 29% only. But the higher one is around 40% or 38% is the training and support. So for the first 3 points, which is the setting of the technology, the need of the technology, and the level of the training and support they usually have, is contributing with the majority of the process. It's not the cost sensitivity, it's around what we can provide, how to simplify the ROI for them, how to say you as a retailer need this product, you as a small factory need such a product. So the digital barrier here is, as I said, is mainly around what is the technology they have or they can use. Okay, what has happened for SMEs in specific around COVID? In COVID, we see the disruption everywhere, and all sectors, large government, SMEs have a big drop in customer demand, fall in revenues across, and we see the cash flows and sustainability is impacted for any company. So the drop in demand is number one. And second, and very important point, is supply chain disruption. We see that the airport is almost closed, the ports also is closed. So the SME is suffering from the availability of their product to sell going forward. And the third one is the challenge between health and safety balance. How to are a very small company with 2-3 people or up to 10 people, for example, and these people are doing everything for the company. Should we go then in the roads to do the normal work, or make him on home? For large enterprise, it takes some time to convert people working from home. For enterprises, for SMEs, the challenge was much higher. So the fall in revenue is number one. Supply chain disruption was very impacting the SMEs supply chain within COVID time, and the challenges of balancing between having people in home and doing their normal work. Okay. Just checking questions again if we have any points. Okay. So we are here to say. Okay, let's continue. So for SMEs again, is COVID-19 it changed the priority or still the same? For usually in the COVID time with this disruption, people start to think, and they almost asked for the advice is going forward, what they can do and what they should do. And here comes a new priority that didn't driven before, was around the cost management. So usually in any SMEs, starting for how to increase my revenue, because because increasing my revenue maybe absorb the incremental cost. But in COVID time or in pandemic time, the cost the revenue stopped. So the cost here become more challenging. Okay. So for changing the priority, the graph here is showing how the priority is increased or not, become less challenging, the same challenge as before, or more challenging than before. Finding new customer become 24% more challenging than before, and cost management is around 80% more challenging as before. And the finding new customer and cost management is around 41 and 35% of the people priority in after pandemic time. No, going below, retaining customer, improving customer experience was usual the same and a bit increased because people are staying home and getting them back is challenging. However, finding new customer and cost management is number one priority for any SMEs. And again, cost management is around this workplace somehow. If we digitize and save some money, and finding new customer is how to engage your customer and get more customer in the digital customer journey. Next slide. Okay. There is another point that we discovered from the survey we had as the impact of digitization on the resilience during pandemic. We discovered that the most digitized business have highlighted opportunity at more than double the rate of the least digitized. And this was translated by the number of digital tools that they had or they have to use during the pandemic time. So if the company, for example, with the statistics we have in the screen now, based on the survey, we see that we had, if the company have 2 or 3 digital tools, the opportunity that they had or they can capture during pandemic is almost the third of the digitization of 7 or 8 tools by the company. So the more tools they have, the more opportunities they could capture during the pandemic. And this is another point that proves the importance of digitization for such small companies. So we proved the opportunity. We proved that the need of digital transformation for the small and medium company. And now, what is that products they can have? So, what is the digital resilience they could make after pandemic? So we usually say we have digital transformation tools, but what is this in specific? So the first one come after that is the connectivity, is the normal connectivity. Do we have
in various sectors, not only in ICT, such as education, health, agriculture, and more broadly, the environment, such as climate change and how to control ocean plastics and air pollution, to name a few. So from where we stand and where we are now in terms of the COVID-19 response and recovery, I believe that it is critical to accelerate the effort towards SDG, taking into account the challenges and negative consequences of COVID-19 pandemics with the help of digital technology. I believe that digital technology can do more to meet the SDGs and to accelerate the recovery and response and recovery from COVID-19. If I can give an example of what we do in Thailand, when the schools were closed in Thailand due to COVID, there was an anecdotal a study which indicated that the e-learning that government initiated and launched when schools were closed were not accessible by all students, which created the connected and unconnected students, and that also determined the pace and the quality of learning in during the COVID lockdown. And based on this observation, ITU, in collaboration with UNICEF and UNESCO, is currently undertaking a mapping of digital divide in Thailand to identify which schools are connected and which communities are connected, to estimate the number of students and families which can and cannot take advantage of the e-learning platforms and other e-platforms which are found essential in the COVID-19 environment. And I hope that by taking these steps and studies and mapping, we should be able to identify what needs to be done in response to COVID, which also addresses the SDG challenges to leave no one behind. So I hope that I answered the question, and I'll be happy to provide any additional cases and examples.
Okay, great. One last question is addressing the Girls in ICT Day. How would the ITU's regional office build upon the success of the Girls in ICT Day? And are there any plans to have more long-term programs, scholarships, or internships directed to young girls?
Thank you. This is also a very important question. Based on the success of Girls in ICT Day celebration in Thailand, we could in fact attract more private sector companies to participate. So next year in 2021, we should have additional companies joining, and we requested these companies not only to provide training or the hands-on skills development, but also to provide internship opportunities and information on the companies and what they do, so that they can concretize their strategy, so to speak, to pursue ICT as a career or ICT as an academic subject. And in addition, because of this visibility of this event, by the way, there is a specific dedicated website and Facebook on ICT Day celebration in Thailand. So I hope that you'll be able to see the testament of what girls and women said on the website and Facebook and see what they learned. But what happened is that because of this whole how can I say, the partnership and synergies we created, that also had positive, unexpected perhaps developments in the area of education. For instance, that shed light on the education outcome differentials between girls and boys, and what more we can do to update the curriculum in vocational and technical institutes here in Thailand. So that work of update of curriculum and what we can do for boys have been triggered by the success of Girls in ICT Day event. And I hope that that will also cascade into other topics on how to sustain, how to promote the entrepreneurship using these skills and knowledge, and how we can assist the girls and boys with disabilities with technology. So I hope that that answered the question.
Thank you so much, Ms. Atsuko. This was our questions for today. Now we conclude this keynote session, but would you please stay on the session for a couple of minutes, Ms. Atsuko? Our valued audience, up next in the summit, a panel discussion titled ITU and Smart Cities. This panel shall start in 15 minutes. You can join us by navigating to the live tab on the left side on the screen. So see you there.
Welcome again, our audience. We are now having one of the most important panels of the conference. Are you an investor? Are you searching for a new opportunity for your business? Are you searching for sustainability amidst the digital transformation era? About investment opportunities amidst digital transformation era, Industry 4 technology and tech-based startups. Please let me introduce Engineer Jamal Dabal, Investor Chairman of Damlino for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. Mr. Jamal, to welcome your guests and
thanks to our host, which is the IEEE Global Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Internet of Things. And I appreciate the time that our panelists, outstanding panelists, took of their time to dedicate to discuss and answer some of the questions we will be raising around investment for IR, for technologies and digital transformation. We have with us engineer, actually all of us are engineers, Engineer Mahdi Al-Adil, CEO of Saudi Aramco Energy Ventures. And I hope the brief is provided by the conference. We have Engineer Anas Zainuddin. He's the CEO of Innova Mina in the UAE. And we have with us now Engineer Ayush Rai, who is the co-founder of Anito. Anito was a startup in the Y Combinator Winter 2019 cohort. And he is on the list of Forbes 30 under 30 in Asia in 2019. We are waiting for our fourth panelist, Mr. Muhammad Khawaja, which we will introduce once he can join us. I guess to start with a generic question that maybe the three panelists could respond to is, from your practical experience, have you seen that COVID-19 has helped, hindered, or not changed progress towards digital transformation and IR4 technologies? And I would like, from your practical, either your investment thesis or practical experience that you have seen. So we could start with Mr. Mahdi.
Hi, thank you, Jamal, and pleasure to be with you. Maybe before I answer the question, let me just introduce again who we are, who is Aramco Venture, VC arm of the NO. We invest in startup technologies in the energy space through our initial legacy fund called SAVE. But we also invest in non-energy technologies through a new fund that was created and launched last year called Prosperity 7. Going back to Jamal's question around the impact of COVID, I think COVID had, definitely had an impact on our ability to source deal and close some of the deals. I have to say, though, on the digital front, it was a bit easier than some of the conventional startup deals that we try to do, let's say, in the oil and gas space, whether it's upstream or downstream. Again, I think given the connectivity that we enjoy today across the globe, it is easier to assess digital technologies remotely. It's easier to versus technologies that are, if you will, hard technologies in the energy space that require physical installations, require people to come in fly into the kingdom and install on our wells or in some of our operating facilities. So I think, just to answer the question, while there was an impact, I think it was less of a severe impact when it came to digital and AI technologies that are, the softer digital technologies in investing and then in implementing within the company.
Excellent. I would like to welcome to the panel Engineer Mohammed Khawaja. Engineer Khawaja.
Pleasure meeting you all. Thank you.
Thank you. He is the CEO. He's an angel investor and CEO of Startups Jordan. And the question, Engineer Khawaja, just the opening question I put to the whole panel is, from your practical experience, have you seen that COVID-19 has helped, hinder, or not change progress towards digital transformation and IR technologies? And we'll give you some time to think about that. We have Anas probably next on that.
Sure.
Anas?
Thank you very much, Engineer Jamal. In regards to your question, I think it's a mix of both. I mean, there's definitely things that have progressed very, very well during the last few months of the COVID-19 pandemic. In terms of the digital transformation, it has definitely sped up and accelerated in a lot of different areas. Primarily from our practical experience, some of the areas that we were involved in supporting over the last few years has been educational technology. So there's some partner companies we have that have deployed EdTech programs, which was perfectly timed that as soon as the COVID pandemic hit, they were in a much better position than a lot of the other, standard conventional educational companies, because they had a platform and they were able to scale up very, very quickly. So they had the backbone infrastructure all in place, and they were able to reach tens of thousands of students online seamlessly. So it created virtually no delay. Some of the other areas that we were investing in, we were doing various drone activities globally, and we were supporting a lot of these startups on the development phase. And unfortunately, with COVID, a lot of them had issues getting access to parts, access to various products, and a lot of the suppliers and others. So that actually created, because we were running a program that was supposed to end in November, and now it's been postponed as a result. So it has, some industries, some areas definitely have benefited tremendously. Others have been held back by it. This is just basically from our own personal experience and our own involvement over the last few months.
Excellent. Ayush?
Yeah. I think, medical, I'm from the medical industry, and I think medical has seen the most, biggest change than all other industries due to COVID, right? So I think medical also is like a split. So there's there's the hospital where you have to physically go to the clinic and hospital and clinic, and then there are these, digital technologies that enable home testing or remote diagnosis or remote monitoring, and both have seen an opposite impact. So my understanding is that the hospital volumes have dropped by 50%, and in fact, the dip in the economy in the US, the recession, half of the recession is basically just caused by the healthcare industry, because everybody is really scared to go to the hospital. So the hospitals have seen a huge dip. But on the digital side of it, all the companies that were basically building digital solutions and technologies have grown like crazy. So Inito ourselves, our cost of customer acquisition basically dropped by 50%. I mean, the demand basically increased by 50% just immediately the months followed by COVID. Everybody who hospitals were always very reluctant to have like a telemedicine practice because it felt like a loss of control to them. And that has historically, all the telemedicine companies have really struggled to actually get mainstream. And, pre-COVID, less than 5% of the OPD consultations for major hospitals were on a teleconsult. But during COVID times, that number basically came down to like 70% of all consultations were teleconsult, right? And this would have taken like at least 5 years to get through. And the same thing with everything allied to the healthcare industry is that the companies that provide the hardware for remote testing have seen sort of numbers have doubled for everyone else. Hospitals have become half. Telemedicine has increased. I think the impact is so huge that the digital transformation has been accelerated by at least 5 years due to COVID.
Wow, very interesting. Mohammed?
Yes, Mr. Dabbal and esteemed panelists. So this is a very exciting discussion about how we're affected positively and negatively. And I see very, very fruitful perspective. From my personal perspective, I guess we have more appetite from investors to invest in tech startups now. So this is an interesting perspective. And that appetite is not like accidental, and I believe it's going up and up, maybe month after month, so that we can see more attention from investors to startups, to tech-based startups, simply because digital adoption is getting increased by 35% according to one of the Harvard Business Review research done in March or maybe early April. It was 30% extra adoption of technology that would require years and years to happen, but it took like few months or maybe a few weeks to rise up to that level, so that you get that much of digital adoption. And that caused a lot of startups to take this opportunity and build on that, maybe in education, maybe in logistics, maybe in several other industries. We can discuss them. And that even raised the appetite of investors. So I can highlight, I'm running an angel investor network, and I see the appetite of angels being excited to invest by just attending a virtual session. Usually angel investment pitching events happen in person. Luckily, the last few angel investment events I've attended were virtual, and there was deals sealed remotely. That was really something that you can't expect without the pandemic. So I hope this interesting aspect would add value. I don't want to keep talking, I want to keep the dialogue going, but like this angel investment and maybe seed and pre-seed appetite going higher made me very excited to basically see the appetite going higher with even angels and seed, pre-seed investors when it comes to tech startups.
I can fully understand that, and actually I attended last week a late evening because it was in the event was in Silicon Valley, but it was a virtual event. And as you said, I invested in that, and it was just the event of seeing the companies only for 2.5 minutes, and you decide on some of them to invest which was never like that before. I mean, it is very different. I can fully identify with that. But how about the appetite of others? Anas and Mahdi, probably larger investors than angels. Do you see the appetite has changed for investment recently, or you're really more on a long term, and you don't see that this appetite to invest is increasing?
Yeah, maybe I can share my view here. So we already made the shift, to be honest. If you look at the portfolio of companies that we have under SAVE, we have in more than 40 companies. And when our VC activity we started, a lot of it were upstream, downstream technologies. Over the last few years, we started doing much more, IR 4.0, AI, digital solutions. One, because they are easy.
Dragos.
They are easier to implement. Correct. Dragos and some of the other technologies like Foghorn. We invested in a company called Seek, which is like a desktop analytical toolkit to help process engineers within the company. AI solutions like a company like Mana that we've implemented with the company. So we've already pivoted that way and started moving to invest more because one, I think it's there is a demand. The whole digital space within the company. In fact, we have a new digital transformation organization within the company. Again, it's an appreciation of how much value can be unlocked through the power of computing, digital, internet. And just imagine what's going to happen when we have 5G and it becomes prolific, in countries and societies, the amount of stuff we can do. So COVID-19 just reassured us that that we were on the right path by shifting and pivoting more and more into that space. We still do investments in areas that are not AI or Internet of Things, but to a less of extent, we're a bit more effective. So that's a journey we started a few years ago, and COVID has just confirmed that it's probably the right pathway to take.
Anas?
Jamal, maybe I can add a little bit from the startup side because I think I'm the only one from that side. Yeah, I definitely think that the amount of capital available has increased, especially in our area. And then also there's like a slight shift. So one is, just by the number of inbounds we are getting and stuff like that is an indicator that there's a lot more appetite available. But also the other thing we are also noticing is angels are now cutting much larger checks. I mean, so angels are not in the hundreds of Ks anymore. Like angels are also cutting like $1 million checks now, and it is getting much easier for startups to raise a few $1 million or a couple of $1 million from angels alone. And I think angels and corporate VCs, and that also has added like a big that has just increased the capital available even for the later stages and not just angel investments.
Interesting. Anas?
Yes, and then I fully agree with Mahdi's previous statement, and then further to Ayush. I think there's definitely a pivoting in the VC world, and some shifting in terms of where do we put our money, because yes, there was a bit of a pause for a few months, but it was more of a reorientation of the investors towards what are we going, given this situation now, given the pandemic, and given the the major changes it has caused. Now the question is, what are we going to invest in? Knowing that this is going to be around for a few years, that's going to give us better returns. So, yes, investors, generally speaking, are more cautious. But as Ayush said, the ones that they are more focused on will definitely get the bigger checks. The startups that are still in the more preliminary stages, these are the ones having difficulty, and we know this offhand because we've received an enormous amount of requests just in the last few months. Smaller startups, the more early stage ones, asking for support because that line of support has been vacant for a few months now.
Okay. Now on the, I guess from the discussion, for GCC and MENA, and also probably a different case for Asia, especially India, do you see that startups are moving into IR4 technologies and AI technologies, or really focusing more on the still like delivery, e-commerce? Definitely fintech is is good, and it, you know, fintech uses and all of these use AI and big data, but not industrial specific. Do you see like the investments you have, are they mostly for AI and IoT, mostly outside the GCC and MENA regions, or no, you see really that startups in the MENA regions are starting to focus on AI and IoT? Anyone can take that.
I can take a first stab at this question. So I think there has been a shift, but it's definitely slow and gradual. And yes, you know, the legacy industries that have been taking place in the GCC and MENA area are things like fintech, e-commerce, marketplaces, etc. I mean, these two seem to be the ones that can be scaled up quite easily, and there's a greater understanding of them. The ones that are more difficult, the ones that require a lot more R&D, I think the region is working on it, and there is progress being made. But the educational institutions play a vital role in ensuring that support. So I think this is one of the things that is still in the development stage in the MENA region. We've seen some recent activities like the Mohammed bin Zayed AI University, for example, being set up in Abu Dhabi. I mean, this is a great step for attracting, because you need to attract the talent, but at the same time, you need to have the infrastructure for that talent to be able to deploy that development and to be able to you know, have it access the market. So I think the infrastructure part from an R&D perspective for fourth industrial revolution type products is generally lagging behind other parts of the world, but it definitely is making some progress in the last few years.
Ayush, for India, you see a lot of focus on AI and IoT technologies.
Yeah. So, okay. So I think the focus, while it is changing very slowly, but my answer is very similar to the one earlier, that you know, it is still mostly e-commerce, fintech, marketplaces, while a lot of them, and you know, SaaS in India, while you know, they do use AI, big data, etc., but things that require more R&D are still very limited. And the reasons are actually very similar to what Ines basically mentioned. You know, and the way I look at it on these technologies is you know, they have a couple of characteristics different than the other companies. And if you have time, I can sort of put my view. So usually in a startup, you have like a market risk. If you're making just another app or a new fintech product, you have a market risk. But then most of these technologies that we're talking about that need R&D, usually the market risks are much lower, but there are huge technical risks involved, right? And you know, that needs two major things. One is the local R&D infrastructure, like the universities. So while India has extremely good universities like IITs for the undergrad, but still the research output is very low, because most people actually go and do masters abroad and stuff like that. So the local universities are not good at cutting edge R&D, although they produce the one of the best
We have
engineers
a
in the world.
connection issue.
IITs in India produce the best engineers.
La, with me, okay, and I have no issue.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Then he stopped speaking suddenly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
I mean, the reason
R&D
I've kind of elected not to answer the question, we in Aramco Ventures invest outside of the region, so we invest in the US. And so I've elected not to. I'm not as familiar as to be honest, the development in the region. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I understood that your investment are mostly outside. Ayush, can you add, like, from your experience in YC, do you see it different than India when it comes to startups focusing on research-based AI and IoT?
Yes, I think there is a big difference, and it really comes down from the nature of the business you are trying to build. If you have something that needs a lot of R&D, yes, you will have less market risk, but then the technical risks are huge, and then there's a lot of upfront capital that goes. So in a non-R&D based business, you need more capital as you grow, but the initial capital investment is really low, and most startups have been built by two people sitting in their dorm room and building something. That's not the case with R&D basis startups. So that is why you need a large amount of investment. Let me give you specific examples. So no medical device company in the world ships in less than 5 years, right? And you are going to take that money initially, and in the US to get to an FDA approval, it takes like people $15-20 million to actually get through the US FDA process, right? And in fact, we are the first, by the way, we are the first home medical device startup from India to ever get an FDA approval,
Congratulations.
right? Uh, Thank you. And then there are more examples. So for example, there's a YC company called Boom Energy, which is making the supersonic jet. Now, to build something like this, you'll probably need $1 billion before you actually launch. They've already raised $150 million and still are at an early prototype stage, right? It is not possible unless you have an ecosystem like YC to support you, this thing, because VCs will have a very hard time investing in a business that has a 10-year time frame and need $1 billion. And you need a very vast ecosystem, and there are angels who will cut like 25 million checks to make something like this happen, right? That's one. And the other thing is just connects and partnerships. So if you are a startup and then you are building something that is more R&D or more industry focused, you need specific connects in the industry to validate what you're saying and doing. And an accelerator like Y Combinator provides you those. And I think also from the startup side, we all know like hiring is super important. Getting the right talent is key. But then if you also understand that for a pure software startup, you're basically hiring other software engineers and sales and marketing folks. But with something which is very deep tech, you need a huge amount of ecosystem. All of these things are multidisciplinary. You need manufacturing, you need hardware engineering, you need production, process. For something like health tech, you need regulatory, clinical. So the amount of ecosystem you need is pretty vast, and it's very difficult for a startup to access all of them, right? It's like, I think it's unlike like a pure software startup where you basically get like 10 of your friends out of your dorm and then build something. It doesn't work that way. And I think it's estimated, but then the amount of effort it takes to build 10 different disciplines in the company from a startup perspective and early stage is also pretty hard.
Yeah, so this is very insightful from everyone. I can shed some light that AI and IoT requires the ecosystem. So maybe that's highlighted in different parts of everybody. So, and these industries as the ecosystem, definitely, even if the appetite and more startups is going into these industries, I can mention a few examples now, but still the ecosystem is not evolving as fast as we want. So if you, for example, for an IoT startup to happen, whether you want to do it on the top of like vendor who really have an infrastructure in the region, or maybe hardware that is already deployed in the region and have some sort of certification happening. So it's basically something you want to integrate in the top of an existing platform or build your own platform. So all of these type of ecosystem related challenges still are there, even though the appetite of startups and investors are higher. But I believe the ecosystem in the region, when it comes to these two industries, AI and IoT, for example, for AI, the policies of the governments are not really clear now when it comes to what data you can store, what data you can't store. For example, at my company, we develop like big data platforms when it comes to marketing platforms. So for example, there's a very interesting product that is built on behavioral marketing. So if you can't, harvest big data from the user, and if you need to always play in the gray line and like the gray area and on the boundary, and the government policies are not so clear what is like the privacy red line that you can't cross and what you can play with when it comes to big data, then definitely this affects your AI activity within the company, and what you can do and what you can't do. So for example, I believe policies is part of the ecosystem, and government support to make the policies clear. I think UAE has done good job when it comes to this direction. I believe also with different government programs is also building solid policies to make it fair and clear to everyone to play in the AI and big data space. When it comes to IoT, I believe good ecosystem development effort need to happen.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Mahdi, what do you see are the main advantages of corporate VC that gives it focus versus like other VCs?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had IT issues. We're still in an age where
and ways to optimize so that they can keep their companies alive, they can keep their industries alive. And these are the ones that we are seeing now from a more strategic standpoint. The return on investment may not be as much, and there may be a long development period, but at least they are, rather than waiting for off-the-shelf technologies, they are influencing the development of those technologies themselves. They are empowering people to be able to do it, enabling people. To give you an example of that, we've been working with a stakeholder for the last couple of years in the UAE, and they've invested heavily in drones technology because they want to use it for very specific delivery purposes, and it focuses on higher payloads, longer endurances. So a lot of investments have been made in various startups to help them with their technologies, but at the end of the day, it's being done for a very strategic purpose. And the same goes for other educational type investments, where you may not necessarily get a maximum return on investment quickly, but at least you're establishing yourself in that particular field and you're able to support that particular industry. So it really depends at the end of the day on the institution, on the corporation, on the financial entity. What is the objective? Is it purely for financial maximizing returns, or is it more strategic investment?
That's a very good point.
Yeah, if I may, I fully agree with Anas. I mean, at the heart of how we capture value is strategic value for our company. Just to give you an example, we've used an AI platform for a company we've invested in to optimize our shipping costs. And that saves roughly $20 million per year for our trading business. So that in itself overweighs the financial returns we get from some of these companies. So absolutely, for us, the strategic value is where we see the long-term value, where there's a long-term resilience actually to the business, as pointed out by Anas. And now we still want to see positive financial metrics. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's both are important, and many times strategic value trumps the financial returns.
Excellent. Ayush, do you see a big advantage to be part of a well-known accelerator, especially as it relates to IR4 and deep tech technologies? I mean, you briefly mentioned probably some of the points, but
yeah. So I think I partially answered the question, but really I see of it like for the difference between IR4 technologies is that rather than so all the accelerators typically focused on pure software businesses which had very low initial barrier to entry and then capital required, and I think IR4 is different. So really you have access to a lot more capital by being in part of an accelerator. You get those partnerships and connect. So because by the definition of IR4, you need to be able to deploy your technology in an industry, right? And then getting the right experts is also very important. And any IR4 technology has a lot of moving parts. When I say moving parts, I mean in terms of the ecosystem that is required, whether it's like hiring the team, whether it's partnerships, whether it's component technologies, whether it's manufacturing. And I think it's very hard for an early stage startup to get all of that, but a bigger accelerator gives you the resources that allow you to do that. So I think while all the bigger accelerators are known for the non-IR4 technologies, but I think they will over time have a bigger impact on IR4 just because you need the things that they bring on more in IR4 than anything else.
Okay. Do you see anybody good signs that digital transformation is succeeding in creating new areas for investment, or you think this will be like management fad in companies and it will disappear over time?
Maybe I can contribute my thoughts on this. I definitely don't think this is a fad. I mean, we've moved beyond. This is here to not only stay, but to grow. Companies who don't adopt one form of digitization or of their business are going to lag behind, I should say. We see it as a key enabler to unleash value. It helps convert, data to information to knowledge, and then allows us to take timely action with that knowledge. So it's it's changing. I think every industry is changing the way we deal with each other's individually, but also how businesses are run and conducted. So this is definitely not a fad.
Excellent. I don't know if anybody want to take that, or there is a question from one of the audience. Do you think the number of VCs, especially corporate VCs, will increase in the MENA region in the coming few years to support the acceleration and accelerate digital transformation and face the new norm?
I mean, share my 2 cents on this, if you allow me.
Sure.
Basically, I mean, I believe the corporate VC is the organic and maybe best way for traditional VCs, or maybe, sorry, corporates to evolve safely and wisely, because simply I've met a lot of big and small corporates, family businesses since maybe early this year during the pandemic, with voice and video calls and maybe in person, few of them. And many of them were worried about what's the best formula to evolve and what's the best formula to maybe digitally transform. And many of them even don't want to seize opportunities outside their territory, being part of maybe rising startups on fast track here and there. So I believe many VCs are happening. I believe many fund of funds are now formed in the region. I can mention OTF in Oman as one great case that is really now more active to play a regional role, not just a role inside Oman, Omantic Fund. And they're playing the fund of funds hat very well as I see them, because they want to put their money on other funds. So maybe not just invest directly on startups. This is a very interesting perspective they have and they're eager to do. And also in Jordan, we have ISSF, which is also a fund of funds that wants to help other funds, either corporate funds or maybe independent, isolated funds, to really create their investment activity out of Jordan, but towards the whole region.
Jeddah was the fund of funds in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, so many, I mean, Saudi Arabia has always have great investment expertise that's going global and regional very well. So, but now maybe in the tech space, I see more also. I can give, I mean, a great compliment to, I mean, the angel networks that are well established in Saudi Arabia as well. So I like what they do. I like, for example, I forget the name of the popular angel network in Riyadh. I've attended a few of their meetings as well. Uqal, right. Yeah, so I've attended 2 Uqal meetings years ago, and I was impressed about the appetite, the environment, how entrepreneurs even fly to Saudi Arabia to pitch their, how investors syndicate. That happened years ago before the pandemic. I believe now, post-pandemic, more investment activities should happen at the pre-seed and seed, and that will create a pipeline for the Series A, Series B, and upward. So I believe the more we even work at the very earliest stage, because I'm very excited, the earlier, more risky stage, I can say, the more we prepare more startups to reach higher stages of investment and growth afterward. I believe you, Mr. Dabbal, you're part of the Endeavor family globally, so you can also shed some light how much this small activity happening earlier is a great catalyst for the bigger impact later on to the high impact entrepreneurs afterward.
Exactly.
So yeah.
Anas?
I do agree. I mean, one of the things to note is that I believe with with VCs, a lot of corporate VCs will definitely set up based on their customer base, based on their industry focus, their sector, but more importantly, also the talent. I mean, at the end of the day, where the talent is, and if we look at the MENA region, we have a considerably large population. It's a very dynamic region. There's been a lot of changes. It has a very large youth population. The education in various science and engineering fields is rising rapidly, and we see a lot of very strong young talent. And it's eminent that every year over year, more and more startups are created. There's more entrepreneurs born. There's more innovations that are springing out of the MENA region. So definitely, VCs in general will see this as a major attraction. A lot of the bigger corporates, the more established ones here, are again also looking to protect their industry, protect what they have built, and they are also recognizing the very strong talent that innovation entrepreneurship plays. So they will capitalize on that as well for their own benefit, and I think this will definitely accelerate going forward. And then through this pandemic that we've had, I think it has only accelerated things, and it has only positioned innovation entrepreneurship as something that is very prominent. A lot of people now want to actually embrace that field, due to the unsustainability of working a job that may be disrupted sooner or later. That why don't I create my own job? So this creates significant amount of potential for the individuals, for the investors, for the corporates, and for the ecosystem as a whole.
Okay, thank you. I guess just to wrap up this great discussion, probably a minute or two from each of you, again from a practical experience. Do you see the future will hold more focus from investors and startups on AI and IoT, or you think it's way in the future? Anyone can. Ayush?
Yeah. So I think COVID has at some point a few years ago, we used to think that it is going to be a couple of years away, and I think we always knew that it is going to happen sooner or later, but the question was how long will it take? But I think that the last 8 to 10 months have just accelerated it by at least a couple of years, and now we know that it is already happening now. You take any industry, healthcare, I think I've already mentioned like a couple of examples, but and then even in like the corporate VC space, every corporate even in India is now investing in new technologies. So from every angle, the startups are there. The adoption from the customer base and the industry has just increased. The COVID has basically forced adoption, and then the money basically follows where growth is, and the money is also falling. So I think we are in a very, very ripe point to actually see this transformation very, very soon. It's not out there in the future. It's now.
Thank you.
I may, if you allow me to share my conclusion, highlight that I guess a lot of brick and mortar, real estate, whatever traditional industry money is now poured towards tech startups, especially like technologies we were shying away. I believe as 5G is coming, many technologies that we were shying away from, even we're more eager now to invest in. That also includes definitely verticals within AI and IoT. But I mean, I believe we're at a lucky stage where it's no longer now the greatest way to
Mr. Muhammad, I don't think that your mic is working because I can't hear you well, actually.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
can hear him okay.
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 It's yeah. It's
I
the
can hear
problem.
him.
Okay, so my last statement is a lot of, traditional investment money is going into tech-based startups, which is a lucrative opportunity because now investing in a tech-based startup is considered as a good way to grow your capital as an investor. So many traditional investors are now eager to take this step. Thank you.
Excellent. Anas or Mahdi?
I think, this will ultimately become mainstream, and there's a much greater awareness right now on artificial intelligence, on IoT, on the overall digital transformation cycle. And I think more and more people are embracing it. More and more companies and corporates are looking towards that. So a lot of the VC, a lot of the corporates are definitely eyeing more of these strategic VC investments towards that, as well as as was mentioned, away from the more traditional brick and mortar. It's now being more focused, positioned towards something that is more strategic for the corporation itself from a corporate VC perspective.
Excellent. And the last word is Mahdi.
Thank you, Jamal. Maybe a thought. I think there needs to be an effort where the role of universities, the role of VCs, whether they're financial VCs, corporate VCs, this all needs to come in a holistic way under this innovation ecosystem. So it feels like this is an area where there's a lot of efforts. Maybe they're fragmented, and there could be a lot of value created by creating networks, formal and informal networks, these important players that all contribute to what we term innovation in general, whether it's AI or IR 4.0, but the whole ecosystem, I should say, in the Middle East, in the region, requires, I think, a little bit of more deliberate intervention and design. Maybe it's happening in some of the countries and stuff, but it feels like things need to be a bit more deliberate, systematic to ensure higher success. But thank you.
Excellent. Thank you all. This was really a great discussion we had. I appreciate your time. And thanks so much also to the organizers.
Thank you so much, Jamal. And thanks to the organizers as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jamal. Thank you.
then and only then we will have smart cities with the smart tenants living in the cities. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Sireen. Thank you all for all your inputs. Actually, they are great inputs and various and broad, actually, and actually to take action on them. So mainly smart cities is actually use intelligent solution to optimize infrastructure, to create a responsive government that really engages in the management of the cities as well. This is the conclusion, and I'd like to thank all of you for joining this panel discussion and for the contribution that you made to make it successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Ensures that the development and application of emerging technologies benefits both people and the planet. It is a network of centers for scalable impact with locations in the United States, Japan, India, and China, bringing together stakeholders to identify the impacts of these technologies, co-design innovative governance protocols and policy frameworks, and pilot them with partners around the world.
If we are not innovative, if we're not creative enough, it will be very difficult to survive in this century. Humans and machines are assisting each other, augmenting each other with skills. Humanity itself will be changed in this way, and it is a reality doorstep of that era.
The technologies available today will impact and change healthcare forever.
52% of the encounters with our primary care physicians were handled virtually. It's a massive change.
The network will work closely to share research, analysis, and learning, and help design new technologies in ways that respect societal values. It's where innovation is happening, about how we guide this revolution.
We can solve many of the social issues through the digital technology. My hope is that we have a robust discussion for how this can truly help our world solves all the hard-pressed challenges that we have today.
Together, we can shape a future that truly benefits and empowers people.
The world has changed. We can never ever go back to yesterday.
So I will not dig deeply in all the concerns and that was shared by those great worldwide leaders, but I want to focus on two points mainly according to the context of this talk. The first one, that as you see, almost all leaders that was invited in this video to talk about these future concerns and these futures are mainly male, and only 2 women was invited from more social involvement. And the second point, which is very important as well, is that technology will shape our lives, and it's a huge potential of jobs for you ladies. So let's talk about more about this universe of AI and how you can prepare yourself to jump on this opportunity. For artificial intelligence, as you see, I'm very inspired by John McAfee, so I decided to share with you the first definition of artificial intelligence that was defined in 1956, that said that artificial intelligence is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. But if we make a very quick summary, for me, artificial intelligence is when machines will learn from human intelligence. Back to my 2 decades working in AI experience and in different industry, I have been working in retail for a couple years and in telecommunications, but also in automotive and luxury, to find myself also in banking and finance for a couple of years, leading AI practices and capacity for more than 90% of the departments in a big bank in the world, and also working in big tech company in order to help their customers adopt more AI and accelerate their digital transformation and raise and increase their revenue. This experience was mainly focusing on using AI in order to personalize the best product and the best experience as well for our customers. But in the same time, it was very important to think that we need to optimize how we use our resources. And AI is very efficient when it comes to optimize those resources by predictions or by extracting those patterns that exist in big data, as an example. We use also to work on intelligence conversational components in order to help our customer and customer service.
With data science and AI, and what are the lessons learned? Voted as one of the world's best data scientists, but I think that's don't trust an outcome of a model where you don't know the input data. My background is I have a PhD in mathematics and medical physics, and worked with various other companies beforehand. So when we talk to our customers and clients, over 99% of the companies say they want to become data-driven, insight-driven. It's on the top of their agenda. But when we actually then look at how many are saying they're succeeding, we see something that is more around 1/3. It's according to them. If you would ask me, I would actually say it's more about 3% than 1/3, depending on how you define success. Looking at the typical journey of our clients, it's all started off, some started 5 years ago, a couple of years ago, somewhere around there. And they had massive expectations. They wanted to be completely AI driven all over the company. And we have it ingrained in their business everywhere. They had massive expectations on the ROI, on how they will outperform the competition, be more efficient in the operations, reduce cost, increase revenue, and so on. We've all heard that story. Then they went and started to hiring the smartest people they could find. We got into this competition of my PhD is smarter than your PhD. They put them in the basement and said, do whatever you want. They bought data science and AI solutions and started making lots of POCs and saying, okay, we're going to fail fast, but we're going to see quick results as well. After a few years, they started to hit the moment of truth and saying, okay, hold on, we spent so much money on our data and AI teams, but actually what have they generated? And I think that was a bit of awakening for many of our clients, seeing that the data science team is actually not reducing customer churn to zero, is not actually providing a perfect targeted marketing. They haven't become the Uber or Amazon or anything else, or completely reduced their maintenance cost. So they hit what we would call the second winter of saying, okay, let's rewind, let's go back and see how we can do it right. How can we establish, for example, data governance guidelines? What does it actually mean for the tools and software? How do we combine data science with software engineering, with DevOps, and how can we build and reskill our teams to then, in the end, actually reach what they set out to start with, and become an enterprise-driven, an AI-driven enterprise. So what went wrong and how do we do it right? There are 6 very important pillars that have to be put together in scaling AI. And you don't have to be a 6 out of 6 in every single one, but you have to understand that every single pillar has an impact and plays a role. It's you need to have a strategy, operating model. You have to have an understanding of your data and your platforms. You need to understand your operations. You have to consider change management and what it means for people in enablement. So I will go into every single pillar in more details now. The first big mistake is that companies started without a clear definition of what they want to achieve. They had no vision, no roadmap. And you wouldn't run a marketing or sales team or any other team without a strategy. But for some reason, companies thought it's okay to have data science teams without clear guidance. When we think about data science, we think about something like this. And everyone knows I'm a massive fan of Formula One, so I was really sad we had to miss it this year in Abu Dhabi. But perfect data science, we think of an absolutely top-performing race car where every single piece is optimized, where everything is built for a purpose and works together absolutely perfectly. And that way, you can constantly outperform your competition and be ahead of the game. When we look at what we actually see at the client, it's something more like that. It's a combination of POCs, of use cases. It's a bit like, oh, what did the competition do? Let's copy it the same, without really thinking about, does it fit? Does it fit into what we want to do? And does it fit into our race car, into our business purpose? The second big thing is how is it enabled, embedded into your organizational fabric? One second. Sorry. how does it work with your operating model? So how do you de-risk innovation? People always think data science and AI is innovation. For me, it's corporate performance improvement. So how do you build an agile process? How to create, execute, and operate AI? Do you have a center of excellence? How committed is your C-suite? Do you have AI governance guidelines that go through the whole organization? And how are you putting AI into production and creating value? So really, how do you spin up the use cases? And how do you then quickly move from the idea to an MVP to an actually fully deployed solution? You have the suitable tools and technology to enable you to do data science. At IBM, we say there's no AI without IA. So that means there's no artificial intelligence without an infrastructure architecture. You need to have the right tools at the right place in the right data flow that enables you to go from idea to POC to deployment. And how can you go to fully testing, full deployment, and go from idea to value as fast as possible? Another big problem that we see with our clients is the data quality. So if you think about data being like books or your knowledge that you have, the ideal is to have something like what you see on the left-hand side. It's very well organized. You know exactly where to find it. You can go there. It's reviewed. It's you can find the page. You can get the information out of it, and so on, easily and quickly. People have the right access right. Not everybody needs to have access to every single book. And if somebody uses the data, you know who used it and when, and if it's back in place. The reality is what we see on the right-hand side, and it's actually even worse. We have data all over the place. People are often not aware of what they have. There are pages missing. There's a low data quality. Different people wrote in different languages, and so on and so on. And if you build your data science and AI on data that you can't trust, on data that you don't know what's in there, you run a massive business risk. And there are lots of cases, often not that public, where companies restructured their whole operations based on data that was actually wrong. They changed their marketing, they changed their strategies, and so on. And in the end, turns out that every decision they made didn't show any impact or was actually harmful. And I think that is something that you have to keep aware of when you build data science model, that actually what is it that it for your business, and that if you make the wrong decision, how much harm can it actually do? The first important pillar is how do you deploy and monitor? How do you ensure your AI is trustworthy and fair? So the question is, how strong are your MLOps procedures? And often when we think about data science or sorts of
more of such platforms coming in from the point of view of the Global Engineering Deans Council, started in 2008, where in our mission statement, we have the leaders of the academe, industry, and governments to come together. We see this as a silver lining of the pandemic because it accelerated the use of such virtual media. And I would like to congratulate the organizers of the conference. I think this is a wonderful avenue for all of us to get together, and participation we have seen in such events has been increased more than ever. And that's a very welcome change, which signals to us that such platforms are extremely useful.
Sure. So, Dr. Serene, I want to ask you actually about the Women in Tech track. As you know, we started it today, and I want to ask you about your opinion for having such a track. It's so important to have such a track in the conference. Also, I want to know what's your plan for it next year?
Thank you. I think it's extremely important. We keep saying we don't have sufficiently many female role models. That is absolutely not true. Bringing female role models, female engineering leaders in the areas, the cutting edge areas, together and showcasing our work is extremely important to our junior colleagues, our students, because we don't celebrate women inventors and leaders as much as others that we should. We should definitely go on. I know for myself, I will forever support this as long as I can.
Sure. So you must have attended tons of conferences this year. So what is the most interesting thing that you've liked about this one?
Well, Women in Engineering track.
Yes, sure.
Because it's extremely important that we bring forward the underrepresented segments of engineering. With the Global Engineering Deans Council, for example, we have areas that emphasize not only women, but also Africa, India, areas on the world, the geographic areas that are holding on to the digital divide to make sure that globalization doesn't get marred with our accelerated transformation into the virtual world. It's extremely important that all are represented, no one's left behind. Because as the pandemic showed us, the global problems spread across the world. It's a tiny little planet we're living on, and we need to all collaborate.
Sure. So, Dr. Serene, talking about the pandemic, my last question for you is actually about the Dubai Expo 2020, which has been postponed to next year. So, in your opinion, what is the impact of being a part of such a massive event?
It is extremely important. We've been looking forward to it. And I'm sure virtual platforms will augment those who may not be able to attend for whatever reason. Hopefully not due to the pandemic anymore. By then, we hope this, inshallah, will be wiped off the face of the earth, and we will be better prepared to deal with such global trouble. But Expo 2020 is an amazing event that will have its legacy. Actually, 80% of everything we're setting up for it will stay on as a smart city behind. So it's extremely important, and it will have lasting effect.
Sure, I see. So, Dr. Serene, I want to thank you one more time for being with us in the conference and for this amazing interview. And may you have a great rest of the day. And can't wait to see you next year, actually.
Me too. Thank you so very much to you and to all the organizers of the conference.
Thanks.
Bye now.
Ahmed, you can see me, right?
For a reason I can't see you. معرفش ليه. بس I hear you very well. بس let me try to IEEE, are you hearing us? They have a technical problem in sound. We started to hear you, by the way.
Okay, now you can hear me?
Yes. And
okay,
we
great.
can hear you, we can see you as well.
Okay, great. So I'll be hosting this session. I will introduce the session, and I will introduce the panel moderator, Engineer Ahmed Al-Bahiri, and then you will introduce your guests, and we will start the panel right after.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we still have 3 minutes to go. I think
I think let's take. Let's wait a bit, because Engineer Ravi Kiran is on the move. He will be in a fixed place to open the video soon.
Yeah.
And in all cases, Dr. Evans will be late. So it's good that if we can start a bit late. It will be good to cater for Dr. Evans.
I'll take the cue from you. I will take the cue from you. I will wait until you tell me to start. Then we will start broadcasting.
Perfect.
Okay.
But you can see us and hear us clearly, right?
Yeah. Everything is clear.
Okay, very good.
ممكن Mr. Ahmed, did you check with Evans, with Mr. Evans?
Yeah, he's in a board meeting. He texted me that he's running late and he will not be able to join except after like 15-20 minutes. So anyways, we'll start without him, but let's wait as much as we can to cater for that.
Okay, sure.
We can start and he can join in the discussion, but it will be better to cater for his delay. So let's wait until as much as we can. And anyways, Engineer Ravi Kiran is on the move, so let's wait for him also to settle.
Okay, great.
So, Ahmad, Ravi here. Meanwhile, by the time we get started, I thought if you want to just walk through the questions, I know you have sent all the questions in a very nice way.
Yeah. So we'll start normally. I'll briefly introduce the session and introduce your good selves, and we'll give each one of you few minutes to introduce themselves, talk a little bit about their background. Then I'll kick off the questions with the list that I sent. There are questions for the whole group, which is the impact of COVID-19 on the digital transformation, and focusing on Africa. What are the opportunities and challenges while talking about digital transformation? Then we'll try to focus on each one background. So obviously IEEE TEMS is giving a lot of support to every area on the globe for digital transformation, and we want to focus on how IEEE TEMS could take this vision to Africa. This will be for you, Ravi Kiran, and then I hope by the time Dr. Evans would have joined us, we give him a chance to talk about the Digital Africa Initiative and how this is helping, again, digital transforming Africa. And we'll jump to Engineer Mickey and his vision for digital transformation that he's already applying in major projects around Africa, and how Benya is really digitally transforming Africa today. At the end of the session, there is the announcement of the Africa IoT and AI challenge that we are bringing to Africa with the sponsorship of Benya, Engineer Mickey, and the support of the IEEE organization. And we end the discussion by this. And what do you think is the investment opportunities for IoT and AI in Africa? So this is the flow in a nutshell.
No, sounds perfect. I think this sounds extremely good. So all fine.
Perfect, Ravi Karan. So when do you think you will be able to settle and open the video?
Sorry, I was on mute. Maybe 5 more minutes, not more than that.
Okay. Now let's give it another 5 minutes.
Okay,
or if you wish to start, you can get started. By the time you do the introductions and others, I might already be in a stationary place.
I'll vote for wait a bit and then see. IEEE,
sure.
Can we wait a bit more? Perfect. So we can wait another 5 minutes. Perfect. Okay.
Mr. Ahmed, can you hear me? Mr. Ahmed, can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you well.
Okay, great. Whenever you want to start, just tell me, and then.
Yeah, we'll give it another 5 minutes for Ravi Karan to settle, and we're waiting for events anyway, so it's good to delay it a bit. So we'll start in 5 minutes. Okay?
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's great that you succeeded to join.
Eventually, I'm terribly sorry.
No,
now it goes to show that the iPad wasn't working at all.
Oh, but it's a real pleasure that you succeeded to join us from the start.
Yeah.
We tried to delay it to cater for you, and here you are. This is great.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. My apologies, everybody.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's a pleasure that you succeeded to join us. It will be an amazing panel with your presence.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ahmed, would you like to start now?
Let me check with Ravi Kiran. Ravi Kiran, Evans is here now.
Your career choice first and the challenges of such choice. So my question goes to all of you. Could you please tell us more about yourself and about your work, and especially how did you get started? How did you start your career in artificial intelligence? So maybe Dr. Mona would start.
Definitely. Thank you, Dr. Hanan. I'm honored to be with you today. So my name is Mona Maybe. I'm currently an assistant professor at Al-Najah National University in the computer engineering department. And my research focuses on artificial intelligence and how we could exploit artificial intelligence to build personalized learning environments. I have several publications and a book related to this topic. Besides my academic work, I'm also highly involved in communities which support youth and women in the Middle East and Palestine. So I'm the IEEE president for Palestine, co-managing director for Girls in Tech, and a board member for Arab Women in Computing. So I've been highly involved with these societies which all women and youth in Palestine. My career in AI started in 2011. While I was doing my master's studies at the University of Manchester in UK, I was introduced to the topic of semantic webs, ontologies, knowledge representations, and that work fascinated me with the ideas of how much we could actually do with AI and how much we could actually build applications in AI. And my work focused more on how we could transform the educational platforms which we're all using right now into platforms that's adapted towards students' needs and characteristics. And I'm quite sure now with the whole coronavirus thing happening, this become a huge issue that we all need to focus on later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, amazing. So Huda, can you also share with us your story?
Sure, after the amazing story of Dr. Mona, amazing. I mean, very happy to hear about this. So this is Dr. Huda Abu Amr. I'm assistant professor of information systems at Carnegie Mellon University in Qatar. I am actually also a researcher in the field of natural language processing. That's a subfield of AI. How did I end up in here? It's because of my interest into two things that are computer science from one side and languages from the other side. I'm someone who speaks fluently 4 languages. I'm always fascinated by how languages are understood and generated by a human. And then also I like computers, and I like to teach computers to learn about, this experience using machine learning, using deep learning nowadays. So that's what the field of natural language processing is about. I've been in the field since back in 2007, yes, during my
Engineer Ravi Kiran. Dr. Evans, if you will, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'm delighted to be part of this panel. My name is Evans Wuharem, Dr. Evans Wuharem, and I have a PhD in the area of artificial intelligence from the University of Manchester. I've also been a banker for many years, looking after the IT and electronic banking of banks. First, it was Absa Bank, then it was a bank in Nigeria, First Bank, and then Unity Bank of Nigeria. I rose to the position of Deputy Managing Director in one of the banks. I'm currently the Chairman of Digital Africa and MD of an organization called Compumetric Solutions. There's an organization in Nigeria which is a unicorn called InterSwitch. I was the founding chairman of InterSwitch, which today is a unicorn. That's me in a nutshell. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Engineer Ahmed, please.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to participate today in IEEE Global Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Internet of Things. And I'm honored to be in such a distinguished panel with the great speakers and panelists. My name is Ahmed Mekki. I'm the chairman and CEO of Binia Capital. Prior to establishing Binia, I have been in the ICT sector for 20 years. My academic background and studies engineering from Cairo University, then Nottingham. I've been working in, my career was divided into two folds. One fold in the satellite communication and the other fold in submarine cable. Both of them were prior during the 20 years. Building 5 satellite earth stations in different places all over the globe, from Manassas in DC all the way to Hong Kong. And then I was the founder of a submarine cable company for a biggest submarine cable for in Middle East and Africa, connecting the Gulf region with an east wing all the way to India and west wing all the way to Mazzara, Sicily in Italy, with a length of 40,000 of cable connecting up to 25 countries. I was the co-founder and the CEO for this company for 8 years. And then Binia, we started Binia 4 years ago. Binia Capital now is a holding company, very focused in Africa and Middle East, with a target to lead and play an important role in the digital transformation era, focusing on the ICT infrastructure as a main foundation for digital transformation, starting in Egypt and expanding in other countries in Africa and Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you. Engineer Ravi, if you will, please.
So good afternoon to all of you. I'm Ravi Kiran. I'm in India. I've spent nearly 2.5 decades now in telecom, IoT, and software space. I have a lot of experience working with multinational companies like Siemens and Nokia on the IoT and on the software side. I'm also right now an entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur, quite a few companies on IoT side, working in India and in the global market. My current company, Numosity, mainly focuses on IoT and software and analytics required for electric vehicles on the energy side. So that is something which we are working very closely on. That's something which I do from a work point of view. Being involved in multiple IoT projects worldwide, I have good experience on what happens with the data coming in, the AI gets building up, on the network of IoT devices coming up. I'm also on the 5G standardization body on the IEEE side, so I have a good experience on the IoT networks coming up from 5G point of view. Currently, I also play a role of Vice President of Memberships, Marketing and Communications for IEEE Technology and Engineering Management Society globally. And as part of that, I play a lot of role worldwide, working with IEEE volunteers, IEEE network, to see how to promote not only technology, but management of technology, really looking at long-term roadmaps for technology, and also the engineering management, how the solutions get actually deployed for scale and for a large-scale impact. I think that's something which I do. Very happy to be part of this panel, and nice to meet all of you, and looking forward to a wonderful discussion.
Thank you. So digital transformation could be a game changer for the African continent. It's an opportunity to boost the economic growth, alleviate poverty, and improve people's lives. Also, the use of digital technology and service will contribute to the African Union Agenda 2063. So from that perspective, And we cannot talk about digital transformation without mentioning COVID-19 and how it accelerated adaptation for digital applications. So my question, and this will be for our three prominent guests, what is your reflection on the digital transformation effect on Africa and how COVID-19 affected that as well? So we'll start by Engineer Ravikaran.
Thank you, Engineer. If you look at COVID worldwide, particularly also in Africa, I think it was both an opportunity and a disruptor at the same time. Because I think it changed the way we work, changed the way we do many things, because we got locked down in many places around the world, and many technologies really couldn't be deployed on the ground. I mean, that is some challenge we saw with the electric vehicle industry, for instance, when we're looking at IoT networks globally. I'm just not talking about Africa, I'm talking about globally. But particularly where we saw a lot of adoption of technologies came in from education space, where I think everything becoming online and adopting online education was a major opportunity. When we looked at industries, though industries were shut for a period of time, but I think now the need for effective productions and effective way of doing things, automation started as a key activity. So IoT is getting quite well deployed. So I see it as a mixed. When it looks at certain industry segments, I think there was quite a bit of impact because of COVID, but a very positive impact on many industries where I think it will accelerate adoption of many of the technologies. So I see globally and also particularly in Africa, I think we should see it as an opportunity for something to change, something to disrupt. I'm not so deeply involved in projects, so I'm quite sure the other experts will add more onto it. My view is mostly coming from global markets, what we are observing in most of the industries.
Thank you, Engineer Ravikaran. So, Engineer Mickey, if you could reflect on that as well.
Yeah, sure. And answering the right questions related to digital transformation. The first one is when, and the second one is how. So some countries already answered this question a couple of years ago and started to put some plans for digital transformations. Others still were trying to put the plan to decide when to start. COVID-19 definitely pushed all the agendas, and if any agenda was for digital transformation for any country, was planned to start later or to take longer time. And I think by COVID-19, everybody recognized the importance of the ICT infrastructure, the importance of digital transformation. There is a lot of new normal activities like we did not witness unprecedented actually before, working from home, learning from home. There was more expansion on this, even having exams from home and even shopping and entertainment from home. This is all enabled by digital transformation and ICT infrastructure. So everybody recognizes now they need to invest more in ICT infrastructure to cater all this growth in demand that is pushed by COVID-19. So definitely COVID-19 contributed globally and in specific on Africa and Middle East to push the agenda for digital transformation.
Thank you, Engineer Mickey. Dr. Evans, would love to hear your reflections on that as well.
Thank you very much. COVID-19 has been a double-edged sword when it comes to Africa. On the one hand, yes, looking at many of the economies of Africa today, you can see that it has, in fact, decimated the economies of Africa. A lot of the companies, a lot of the countries in Africa today, their GDPs are running, negative. In fact, they are mostly under recession as a result of COVID-19. But having said that, it has also meant that we have improved, digitally speaking. To become digitally transformed, you have to go through certain levels of digitization to a more transformed level of digital maturity. Africa was very low before COVID came. We are still, very low on the digital maturity model. But having said that, as a result of COVID-19, a lot of things, we were not used to, we started, doing straight away. To become digitally, transformed, you have to transform your physical infrastructure, the level of skills, within the country. Yeah. Now, as a result of COVID, we realized that now we have to have our meetings online. We have to go to schools online. We have to make sure that we do our examinations online. We have to visit a lot of our doctors online. We have to oversee a lot of what's happening in our farms, by, remotely controlling robots and so on and so forth. So it has been a mixed, blessing. On the one hand, yes, it has led to deleterious impacts on our economy, but on the other hand, it has also made us to be more aware digitally. And I believe that also is something that is going to help Africa going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. This was really helpful. So my next question is to Engineer Rabi Karan, and it is focusing on the amazing IEEE TEMS organization. So if you may reflect on the IEEE TEMS strategy on how it's supporting digital transformation movements and how IEEE TEMS could help Africa digitally transformed.
Yeah, thanks. So IEEE TEMS is Technology and Engineering Management Society. Like I said very briefly, we focus on how to bring various skills among engineers, not going beyond the engineering skills, looking at management and technology skills to manage larger transformation. So a couple of topics where we focus on. We look at entrepreneurship is one way, wherein we are trying to see how to promote engineers becoming entrepreneurs. So our journey typically is an engineer to a manager, manager to a leader. But now our motto is also to see, can we say an engineer to an entrepreneur? And one of the areas where we find entrepreneurship to be globally very lucrative and popular is when it comes to digital technologies, which becomes in a smaller way digital transformation, whether using IoT, whether using software, whether using cloud, data, analytics, doesn't matter. Digital technology is being used to solve locally relevant problems. I think that's what we are very keen on. So as TEMS, we are a global society. So we have a network of people all around the world in every country. So we are trying to see how to bring experts from each of these countries to be able to part of a network which can support a local transformations. But our effort will be mostly around skill building, offering models and frameworks for people to do it, and promoting entrepreneurship in a good way that we can actually run contests. I think the GCAIoT is already running an IoT contest. So that's something which we support. We want to do that. We are running a entrepreneurship week in 2021 for a global audience, particularly also focusing on Africa. We are running workshops around product management, idea pitching, pitching contest. There is also a set of programs on how to manage technologies like blockchain, IoT.
So there is a bunch of educational activities, bunch of skill building activities, and a network of people who are available for entrepreneurs and experts in Africa to leverage upon. And that's where we bring in the global angle into it. I think that is something which we are trying to do. We are not an investment arm, so our focus will predominantly be on skill building, skill development, and supporting, helping with experts all around the globe.
Thank you so much. Dr. Evans, could you help us understand your Digital Africa initiative and how this could be supporting Africa digitally transformed?
Okay, thank you very much. Digital Africa was started about 8.5 years ago. It was started because a group of us realized that the level Africa is finding itself vis-a-vis other parts of the world with regard to everything digital, with regards to ICT, is such that there is a big gap between Africa and the rest of the world. So for that reason, we felt that there's a need, for us to bridge, this gap. That we even had a session of Digital Africa we termed as bringing about Africa's digital singularity, by which we mean a point in which Africa will meet up with the rest of the world and perhaps even, surpass some other parts of the world. So we decided that there are many ways we're going to do this. We're going to do this through conferences, through shows, in which we will bring organizations from Africa, different parts of Africa, different parts of the world, to come and showcase, things that are being done in Africa, digitally speaking, and even some of the things that are being done abroad that Africans can, learn from or want to use. So as a result of that, we started having conferences and exhibitions that are attended, by so many people from different parts of the world. In fact, there was one of the years that the World Electronics Forum teamed up with Digital Africa for Africa, to host the WEF meeting and sessions here in Africa, which was a very, good event because it was so well attended. But not only conferences and exhibitions, but we also do all kinds of advocacy. We have major conference, and we also have mini, conferences. And basically, so this is what Digital Africa is all about. We are all about bridging the gap between Africa and the rest of the world with regard to digital maturity. So one of the things we've also done is to come up with a model, for how to make organizations, countries, and states to move from the initial to the basic to eventually the exponential levels of digital maturity. So that's basically what Digital Africa has been all about. Thank you, in a nutshell.
Thank you so much. I'll start by what you mentioned, the very interesting vision of Africa's singularity. Yeah. And this is something that I would love to have it as a vision for Africa digitally transformed. Yeah. So one of the companies that grew very fast, talking about Africa's singularity, when we all foresee Africa to surpass the rest of the world, hopefully. So Engineer Ahmed Mekki, would you please brief us on the very exciting history of Benia Capital so far, and what is your vision in digitally transforming African societies and communities?
Thank you so much. Okay, Benia is an Arabic word which means infrastructure. So the name of our group is reflecting what we do. Our focus mainly is the ICT infrastructure. We believe that Africa is a land of opportunities, and the opportunities in specific for the coming 15-20 years, the number of opportunities and the value of these opportunities in ICT infrastructure in these years will be actually the biggest actually in the world. So we believe that this will be a great opportunity for companies from Africa to serve the growth and the demand and digitally transforming Africa. So to be able to address that, we come up with this structure. We started Binia Capital 4 years ago with a plan to grow fast, organic and inorganic in different verticals. We have so far 7 verticals. 4 of these verticals are currently companies that they are focusing in different aspects. So mainly in system integration and engineering and cable manufacturing, fiber optic cable manufacturing, and cloud platform based on data center platform to provide access and products and solutions for digital transformation for governments and the private sector. These are the current 4 companies, and I will elaborate more just very briefly on these verticals. But also in the pipeline, we have the tower sharing and also investing in hyperscale data center, plus the marine submarine cables as well, and providing services for the marine cables around Africa. So all of these, this is a new model. We believe it's a new model. It's disruptive. It's under this big umbrella, which is now hosted by Binia Capital. So Binia Capital, as a holding company with this structure, we have all the verticals needed for ICT infrastructure to be the trusted group for transforming any nation digitally. So we want to position Binia as the company that, or the group that will give as the whole group the best answer for the second question, which is how to digitally transform a nation. To the nation or the country that will answer the first question will say now. So this will be our focus, and we are from Africa, for Africa, to be able to address this and to be able to move very fast, which is always we say to ourselves that there are 2 things that we don't have the luxury for. We don't have the luxury for moving slow. We have to move really fast. Opportunities, and at the same time, we see these opportunities are duty at the same time for our continent. This is number 1, so we have to move fast. Number 2, we don't have the luxury of try and error. We're not here to reinvent the wheel, so we have to do it right from the first time. So to be able to address these 2 important factors and solve this equation of speed and quality, the answer here is best practice. We go best practice. We partner with the top technology providers globally, listen from, learn from their lessons learned, and customize, because we have the national knowledge of our continent. And we started by Egypt, because Egypt government already decided 4 years ago to transform the country and the society digitally. So this will give us a lot of opportunities to address and mega projects to deliver in an African country. So we already, this was through tenders, and we got awarded mega projects for digital transformation. For example, in education, we did the digital transformation for more than 2,500 schools nationwide. This was more before COVID-19. This was 2019. These students today, this year in 2020, were able to have their education and exams without disruption from home, using the platform and the infrastructure that we built a year ago. Also, we did this for public enterprises. There are mega projects that also we are currently deploying for smart metering in the new cities and the new capital. So all of these are good references that we got this opportunity because we are in this geographical location where we found these opportunities to address in Africa, that we can use them as a good reference to replicate this in other countries in Africa. So this is in brief what we do and what are our plans for digital transformation for Africa.
Thank you so much, Engineer Ahmed. So talking about IoT and AI, and this is the talk of this year and the years to come. So as I said in the beginning, this is a defining moment or an era in human history where our lives will change dramatically by the applications coming from IoT and AI. So again, from that perspective and focusing on what could be the investment opportunities in Africa, I would love to hear the reflections of your good self. So we'll start by Engineer Ravi Karan.
So when I look at the opportunities in the next coming years, world over, one of the first places where IoT gets, I'm mainly focusing on IoT here, IoT gets deployed with a clear business case is in industries, industrial automation. You can look at any kind of industry.
Internet of everything. So we in Binya we recognize this, and we value the importance of IoT and artificial intelligence in this era, and we appreciate the what IEEE is doing. So we established Binya Ventures. Binya Ventures is a sort of a dedicated investment fund, which is one of them example of what Dr. Evans is encouraging to and he's saying. So Binya Ventures is an example for this, is a reaction to the need for investing and supporting the initiatives in AI, IoT in Africa. This is a dedicated investment fund and technology incubator and also startup accelerator. This is our arm for the acceleration and incubation for technology tech-based companies for Binya Group. We are here through this panel would like actually, and we're very proud to sponsor the Africa IoT challenge. And being here, Binia Capital is committed in enabling the digital transformation for African nations and digitally uniting the MEA region, Middle East and Africa, through digital transformation. We see the opportunities, and as I mentioned, at the same time, it's duty to come up with this a model like this to support all of these initiatives from Africa. If beside the opportunities and the human capital is there to be able to address these together and move forward, capital and funding is needed. That's why even the name of our group is Binia Capital, to allocate the needed capital to the different financial resources and to have a sort of an attractive model for funds, to have a specific vertical focused in IoT and artificial intelligence. And Binia Ventures is a very focused one for startups and accelerator and incubator for technology-based companies, AI and IoT. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Ahmed. So as part of our closing remarks, and this was really an amazing, interesting session. I learned a lot today. What is the importance, Engineer Abikaran, of getting the Africa IoT and AI challenge with the help of the IEEE TEMS to African societies and communities? And if you could put this into the perspective of closing remark from your good self for this panel as well. Engineer Abikaran, are you hearing me?
I was on mute, and just to avoid the noise. What I was saying is, as IEEE, our main goal is to bring communities around the world to collaborate and to offer ideas to each other. So African IoT Challenge gives us a unique opportunity of two things. One is to really spot unique talent in the African region, because we will identify the right problems which are getting solved. I think that's what my emphasis would be on, because the more we discover the problems in local markets, the better the solutions are. It may be, and of course, each country in Africa might have a different variation in terms of solution, but the problems will be very similar. So that's something we need to see. And where TEMS brings a lot of value on the table is access to the expert network around the globe. So because some of these problems might have been solved in different places, different countries in a different way, IEEE and TEMS will be able to bring this together. And I look forward to looking at innovative solutions which will be offered for unique problems in Africa. Whichever domain we take, whichever space we take, it should solve a local problem. I think that's usually my focus as an entrepreneur and also as a TEMS member. Usually we look at what is unique in that market. And I look forward to this challenge to look at the ideas, look at the problems coming up, which entrepreneurs will solve, and always look forward to providing that support with experts around the globe, whether it's technically, whether it is on a management side, or whether it is even to discover a business model, because some of these are the most difficult challenges for startups and entrepreneurs. I look forward to it for the next year, and hopefully we will see some wonderful innovations there.
Thank you so much. It's lovely said. And as you mentioned, that definitely getting the challenge to Africa will let us see solutions to African problems. And this is what is important. And Dr. Evans, mentioning again the Africa's singularity, digital singularity, I think getting Africa IoT and AI challenge could be a part of that vision and helping reach that vision one day. Could you reflect on that?
Definitely. I believe that that definitely is going to help for us to eventually have singularity, African digital singularity, we have to be very conversant with regards to all the exponential technologies of today, because most of the technologies, advanced technologies of today, can help with leapfrogging of development. There are technologies that if we acquire, we don't necessarily have to go to the first and second levels of what we did, with regard to digital evolution, to enable us to be able to ramp up and become developed eventually. I believe that we are going to do a lot if we embrace these technologies. And definitely teaming up with IEEE in that kind of manner is definitely going to help. But in addition to that, I believe that IEEE teaming up with the likes of Digital Africa, we can get a lot more people to be exposed to this. And also being able to construct these shops I was talking about, where people can go to learn all these things, at very initial levels. I call them bricolage shops, and use it to build things. I believe also is going to be very, very helpful. So to me, these are some of the things that needs to be done. So yes, it's important that we team up in this kind of manner. Thanks.
Perfect. And I'll take it on myself that I'll get in contact with your good self and connect you to the Africa IoT and AI challenge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Engineer Mickey, if you could reflect on this, and this will be the last part of our session on the importance of getting the Africa IoT and AI challenge to Africa, and perhaps your plans going fast. As Engineer Vikaran and Dr. Evans mentioned, it's important to hear what and see the solutions that Africans are putting on the table for African problems. So if you can reflect on that, please.
Thank you. Definitely, it's very important to have this challenge at this time in Africa by IEEE for AI and IoT. We support this, as I mentioned, that we'll be sponsoring it because we believe if its importance, it will definitely help to solve a lot of problems by by having this challenge in Africa, and this will come from African companies, African entrepreneurs that they are already know the problems and know what things needs to be done in a better way, things needs to be solved using the technology. IoT and AI will definitely help a lot on this, and I'm sure that through this challenge we will see many disruptive and great ideas that could be very helpful in solving and making good development in different countries in Africa, and could be taken even to the rest of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This was really an amazing session, and we all learned a lot from your good selves. I have nothing to add except thanking the IEEE teams and thanking my dear guest, Engineer Vikaran Swami, CEO and co-founder of New City Technologies and VP IEEE TAMS, Dr. Evans Woherm, founder and chairman of Digital Africa Global Consult Limited, and Engineer Ahmed Mekki, chairman and CEO of Benia Capital. This was really an interesting panel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasure talking to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. 24. Very good. Molto bene, molto bene.
Hi, Robert.
Hey, it is working. Very good.
Yes, Zoom is working good, and also you can check us on the events. We are in the yes. Also, we are doing a streaming on the YouTube and Facebook.
Super.
Hi, Mohammed.
Hi, Dr. Latif. How are you?
I'm fine.
I'm sorry that you face a lot of problems with the platform, but we did it finally through Zoom and also platform.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess this event is whatever it's called, is not an application. It looks at the lower layers. So it checks on the sound codecs. That's no more needed. You know, Zoom doesn't look at the PC. It just shoots it from the top. That's the difference.
Yes, actually, I think this event will help them a lot to overcome a lot of their problems.
Yeah.
But I think it is a good platform for conferences. Yes.
But it's quite cute. It's very nice. But you know, simpler things are a lot easier, so you don't have a headache.
Hey, Latif,
you have elegantly resolved the issues. That you should be proud of.
Latif, it came highly recommended, right? Because the president owner or the innovator behind the event was the one that was sitting together with Barack Obama.
Good salesman, man, that's for sure.
Welcome.
But I think he needs to tweak it a bit.
We will go live now.
If he wants to compete against Zoom, that's why Zoom is taking off. Although you have the same thing now for free from Google, Facebook, and the likes.
I think we are live now. We are live
We're
now.
going live in a minute.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Dr. Isa joined or not yet?
I did forward the link to Sudhindra.
احنا سامعين حضرتك يا دكتور.
Good to have the same.
احنا سامعين حضرتك.
The same palm tree, yeah. Hi, Mustafa.
The same virtual background as you, Dr. Latif.
Yeah, so innovation is always good. Just it kills the bandwidth, but
it is mirrored.
Bandwidth is good. Yeah, in terms of quality, the pictures, even from Egypt, I was worried that Egypt will suffer. It was very good.
Yes.
In the US, the quality of video is not that good at all. No? In Germany as well.
Our esteemed guest, can we start the ceremony now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hey, I think I'm in as well. Good day, everyone.
Good day, Sohail.
Good day.
We're starting the ceremony now in just a couple of seconds.
is not here yet, so we need to wait for a couple of minutes to have him.
Dr. Isa will join in 2 seconds. He is now connecting.
Okay, because Dr. Isa is the conference chair, so we would like to have him from the beginning of the closing ceremony.
It's interesting how it is different when you have to wait a couple of seconds on digital and maybe 15 minutes physical. You don't notice it physical, but when it is digital, it's different. Everyone gets stressed.
This is what Einstein speak about, the feeling of the time in different
it's all relative,
different context.
Yeah, the digital touch needs a lot of discipline and also a lot of space for error and correcting and so forth. So, but it's good. I'm glad we have it. Otherwise, we did one mid-October, and we had about 700 people. But we did it 24-hour non-stop.
بس فيديو حد يعطيني access الفيديو. Okay.
He says, yeah. Well, we can hear you.
Yeah, I think somebody needs to give me access to video that's not clicking. It's saying failed to start the video camera.
Yeah, you don't have full access. You will have to. You see, you're no more in command here, huh?
I was there actually in the other one in Ventus. And I was there, I was listening to you, I was hearing you. I was saying, can you hear me? Nobody would hear me. I was there. But it seemed like I didn't have the Zoom.
Can be shut down, huh?
Can somebody give me the video, or should I come back again?
I guess you need to be promoted to panelist.
Okay. Okay, done. No, not yet. Start my video. Still having problem. Try again.
Did you connect through Zoom or through?
Yeah, Zoom now. I went to Zoom now. I didn't have the Zoom link.
Ah, okay.
Start my video. Okay. Still not.
دكتور عيسى
نعم
حكي اقفل ايفنتس. ممكن يكون انت فاتح ايفنتس على نفس
لا سكرت الايفنتس.
طب حكي اعمل ريفريش.
Dr. Isa, you have full features to join Zoom and open the mic and open the camera. We're not closing anything from our side at all.
لا start my video. Now it starts.
I can see you now.
Patience.
Welcome, Dr. Isa.
There you go.
You have full features to join Zoom and open. Someone is opening the session from another tab.
Yeah, another audio feed.
Okay, so are we ready now, Dr. Isa, to start the ceremony?
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, our backstage team.
ازيك يا دكتور مصطفى؟
الحمد لله والله دكتور عيسى.
بس بغيت اشوف الابتسامه بس.
We're sitting next to each other in the same beach. Yeah.
Some people are at the same beach. Yeah. It should be forbidden.
Yeah, it's not Ramadan. Huh?
Our valuable guests and audience from around the world, we are very happy to have you here with us in the closing ceremony to celebrate with us the success of the 4th edition of the Global Conference on Artificial Intelligence and the Internet of Things.
Frankly, this edition of the conference was the most challenging one. The conference was planned to take place in Dubai, but due to the COVID-19 situations and the safety measurements, the steering committee decided to make it a virtual conference. To make it accessible to everyone around the world from their homes or offices.
This decision was made in light of the theme of this year's of the conference, as our theme this year is digital transformation and beyond. So we are embracing our theme and we are adopting the new norms, because the technical conferences or the conferences in general won't be the same from now on.
Despite of the challenge, our talented team of volunteers could make it through all the difficulties. Personally, I started to feel that virtual conferences are more challenging than the physical ones.
But all the conference attendees on different platforms didn't see what is happening behind the stage. We had more than 20 volunteers here, and it was like a beehive. Every group of volunteers are working on different tasks, and they are trying to make a lively studio and integrating different platforms and different applications to deliver the best output or the best value for the conference attendees from around the world.
We tried our best not to let any disturbance appear to the conference attendees, and we do apologize if any session had a technical issue for a couple of minutes or so. We had precise planning and contingency actions.
Having this said, I'd like to emphasize that the virtual conference concept made it more possible or easier to invite more people from around the world. We had more than 130 speakers and authors from around the world. These speakers and authors came from more than 40 countries from different continents. We are almost covering the 7 continents of the world. These speakers and authors were covering more than 45 hours of content and insightful talks and discussions and paper presentations over 5 days of the whole conference, from last Saturday to today, Wednesday.
Yeah, and actually the conference had new activities this year, as the conference committee proposed to add the IEEE 5G Summit to shed light on the advancements taking place in the communications landscape, and also added the Women in Tech Summit to highlight the women's role and impact on the tech scenes around the world.
And the conference is capitalizing on the concept of the triple helix. This concept is trying to make different interactions and engagement between academia, industry, and government. That's why we have 2 tracks in the conference: the technical track for paper presentations and poster competitions, and this track is for researchers. And the second track is called industry and government track. This track is made for practitioners to get people from academia, industry, and government to talk together and listen to discussions from different perspectives. And now we can say the conference is adapting the Triple Helix exhibition to make it more possible for people to adopt to Industry 4.0 technologies in a way that can make more advancements in these technology scene.
Yeah, and by this being said, the organizing team has made a short video highlighting some of the conference shots over the past 5 days, and they'd like to share it with you.
it Zoom? Is it Eventus or is it network? Which one of the three?
It is the network, Doctor.
We can provide it by the end of the conference, not in the opening. We see it in the opening already.
Like I said, people get nervous on digital. You can't wait for 2 minutes. But it's physical, they will accept 15 minutes.
So let's forget about 5G, about IP version 6 and go back.
ممكن نبدأ التوكس محمد. We can start talks and after that the video, no problem. By the end of the the closing.
I think Isa didn't understand you. So, so Mohammed is proposing that we start our session, our closing set, and then it will be presented afterwards.
Yeah.
Sorry for the technical issue. And now we're back.
You are the highlights.
Okay, back to the video. Everything was going well, but Zoom quit unexpectedly. I think this is an issue with the bandwidth or so, but we're going through it now.
Maybe we should take down our videos. Let's click out the videos.
Does L means latency?
Latif's latency. Yeah.
And now, please welcome with me the different activities it shares, starting by Dr. Mustafa Al-Na'na'i, who is a professor in the Islamic University in Medina in Saudi Arabia, and he is the technical chair of the conference. Please welcome with me Dr. Mustafa Al-Na'na'i to talk to us about the technical track of the conference.
Thank you, Mohammed, for the introduction. So I'd like to say also that I'm a professor of Alexandria University, professor of computer engineering at Alexandria University, and currently affiliated with Islamic University in Medina. It was my pleasure to chair the technical track for this edition and also the previous edition. This year, we had 4 tracks. The IoT applications and services, connectivity and security of IoT and 5G with 5G, IoT electronics and signal processing, IoT and AI track. So that was the 4 tracks. And one of the main differences from the previous edition is that we had a well-known, well-repeated chair for each of these tracks. So I would like first to thank all the track chairs that we had in this edition. Dr. Sami Tawab was the technical track chair for the IoT applications and services. He is an associate professor in James Madison University in the United States. Dr. Muhammad Abdul Hafiz, he is an associate professor in United Arab Emirates University. He was the technical track chair for the connectivity and security of IoT with 5G. Dr. Muhammad Baidas, who is associate professor in Kuwait University. He was the track chair for the IoT electronics and signal processing, and Dr. Yahya Al-Khatib. He is an associate professor in Lancaster University in the United Kingdom, and he was the track chair for the IoT and AI tracks. This year, despite the challenge of COVID-19, we have kept our good number of papers and almost the same acceptance rate. So in this year, we have received 71 papers. That was the total number of submissions, and 29 of them have been accepted as a full paper, and 2 have been accepted as a poster, with an acceptance ratio in the 40s, which is almost the same of the previous 2 years. But in this edition, we had very high quality papers in the technical tracks. And we had a good number of papers from outside the MENA region also, with some of them co-authored by authors from the MENA region, but some of them have been attracted from outside the MENA region. So in this year, the top country that has submitted papers in this edition was the USA and UK, and then India, and then United Arab Emirates, and then Brazil. That's in terms of the number of authors. So that was a very good sign for us. And for the authors per country or region, the Europe, Middle East, and Africa was the top. That's for the total number of authors, with 88 authors. And then we by Europe, that was 57 authors. Asia, we had 45 authors, and then the Middle East and Africa with 31 authors. So I believe that was a good sign that we have expanded since the previous 2 editions to more and approached more authors from all over the world. Our numbers kept almost the same for the 2 last years. So for 2018, the total number of submitted papers to the conference was 65. Last year it was 74, and this year was 72. So I believe we kept the good numbers, despite the fact that this year was a very challenging year with the corona virus hitting almost all the conferences. We also had a poster competition, and the chair for the poster competition was Dr. Muhammad Abdul Hafiz, Associate Professor of United Arab Emirates in United Arab Emirates University. And the total number of posters submitted to the conference and to the poster challenge was 26 posters. After the first round, we have accepted 22, and the finalist was 9, and we had 4 posters picked as the winning posters in the poster challenge. For the first place, we have, let's start with the third place. So for the third place, we have the poster submitted by Otostu Ishingana, is from the Graduate School of Science and Technology, Nara Institute of Science and Technology. And then the poster name is Autobus Driver Evaluation System using digital tachograph data and static road features. For the second place, we have two posters have been winning the second place. First one is by Lee Kwan Ing. The title was Event-Based Reconstruction Methodology for Student Behavior Analysis in Classroom. He's affiliated with Intel Microelectronics in Malaysia. And the second booster in the second place was by Diprosi Baso. And the title was Inhale Intelligent Healthcare Architecture Using AI-Based Priority Scheduling Mechanism in BSDN-Driven Edge Network. And he's affiliated with Indian Institute of Technology. And the winning of the first place is Wael Ahmed. And the title of the poster is IoT Ready Millimeter Wave Radar Sensor. And he is affiliated with Leibniz Institute for Innovative Microelectronics in Germany. So again, I would like to thank all the chairs of the different tracks that we had in the technical part, all the reviewers. We had more than 40 reviewers from all over the world who helped us in reviewing the papers in, I believe, in a very good time duration. And I would like to thank the organizing committee and the steering committee of this conference. I believe this year edition was very challenging, but again, it was very, very fantastic in terms of the number of speakers from all over the world who have joined the conference and gave very fruitful and useful presentations. So I'd like to thank you, and we'll give the mic back to Mohammed Abdulain. And thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Na'anai. And we are looking forward to the next edition of the conference under your supervision with new technical topics, coping with the technology advancements, and looking forward to the next year, inshallah.
Yeah, and after the technical track, we move now to the industry and government track, starting by the IEEE 5G Summit.
Yes.
Okay, from the virtual studio of the IEEE 5G Summit, I'd like to welcome Dr. Latif Ladid, the founder and president of IPv6 Forum and the chair of 5G World Alliance. The summit had a number of keynote by top tech leaders from around the world. Dr. Latif is the chair of the IEEE 5G Summit. You have the floor, Dr. Latif, to share with us your note. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to extend my congratulations for producing an excellent and first-class conference, especially in these tough times. And you can be very proud of your achievements, because normally it takes years to achieve, a status of a flagship conference. And I can declare that this is the flagship conference for the Arab world. I'm a member of many other conferences, and I know one which is run by an Egyptian friend. He's professor at University of Jeddah, Mr. Ibrahim Omari, and he's organizing a very famous conference called ICC MIT, but he holds it always only in Europe and never in the Middle East or in Egypt. And he attracts about 600 papers. So I'm going to insist this time that you will join us, to get all these members to join us, to make a stronger conference next year. As I mentioned by the introduction, we have not saved any effort, to attract the best technologists from around the world, one from Japan, who is the co-chair, he's the chair of the 3GPP RAN technical group designing basically release 16 and the upcoming release 17. Unfortunately, it was delayed now to 2022. So that all these latency and machine learning and so on will be a bit delayed because of the coronavirus. As well as from China, we have an expert on IPv6. And then Dr. Qin Yi is most probably the best expert on 5G deployment for mobile operators. She's the most respected keynote speakers in IEEE around the world. So I was very pleased to win her for this one. Then we had two Europeans, one major project from Finland on 6G. I think they will discover something beyond what we have discussed in the conference. So to look at how we can use, let's say, terahertz and the likes beyond what we are doing now in 5G. But for the time being, it's complementary to 5G. So that work is really important. And the European Commission is taking on the lead on 6G as well. Then we had George Pereira, who talked to us about how autonomous driving can be handled, especially in an environment like Europe. We cannot, mess around with industry, so you have to do it in peripheral areas where nobody is there. There's no business case, so that's why, looking at the boundaries and doing inter-op of autonomous driving. So I would expect that the Gulf countries, states, will be able to do autonomous interoperability between each other. So between the UAE, Oman, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait, to make sure that the same thing that we are doing in Europe is going to be done over there as well. And then we had three speakers. Unfortunately, Magdi could not join us. He somehow was kind of confused about the dates, so he thought it was yesterday. But we had two speakers. One specifically, this is the one I would like you to look into, especially those that are looking at blockchain. So he clearly stated that blockchain does not preserve your privacy. Okay, so don't get into blockchain unless you look at the privacy issues, which are abundantly clear, infringing even the European Commission GDPR. So privacy has to be built into blockchain, otherwise don't use it. Okay, so this is really a fundamental piece of finding that they have done. And they have an extensive paper and also demos on this. So you can download the demos, especially at your labs or university, to do that. And then obviously the speech from our friend Riyad Hartani spoke about the satellite importance, especially for remote areas and developing nations and so forth. I think that would be fundamental down the road, to combine 5G and satellite at the same time, to look at these unfavored areas. And then, as of late, Dr. Soumya Sharkawi talked about the importance of artificial intelligence in the edge computing. So I think you had a cocktail of topics from some of the relevant researchers, as well as some people that have written fundamental papers on this one. So I think we have achieved a high rate, a level of technical knowledge, and I applaud you for having run the conference despite the little hiccups that we had with the video and access. Although you have managed to fix all of this, so this experience is going to be fundamental for the next event. So again, congratulations, under the leadership of one of the most awesome presidents of any university in the world that can spell out IPv6 without breaking his tongue. You are the first university president to have talked about IPv6, and I hope a lot of other presidents will join you in this great event in front of us. Thank you. Back to the moderator.
And here from the Women in Tech Summit. I would say it has been a great ride. The Women in Tech Summit was a very strategic component added to the IEEE GCAIoT for the first time this year. Keynotes and panels shed the light on achievements and best practices for women leaders in information and communication technology, in addition to discussing challenges that are currently being faced in their sectors and potential approaches to address them. I would now leave the floor to Dr. Busaina Tuledi, the chair of the Women in Tech Summit in the conference. She's also chairwoman of the IEEE Women in Engineering in the United Arab Emirates. Please welcome with me Dr. Busaina for sharing her notes.
Thank you, Lamia. Thank you, everyone. It was a very successful event. We had 24 speakers. We had 3 keynotes. We had 4 panel discussions. Something that we can recommend, or some thoughts about the Women in Tech Summit. Basically, I would like to share with you, I took some notes here, some statistics that Dr. Lubna Qarwi was talking about today during her keynote in Women in AI, that 74% of STEM workers are male and only 20% of them are female. 20% of women comprise more than 20% of engineering school graduate, and yet only 11% of practicing engineers are women. And out of 100 female bachelor students, 12 graduate with STEM major, but only 3 continue to work in STEM fields 10 years after graduation. So it is always the same problems that we are facing as women in tech. We would like to have more women in STEM, and we want the women to stay in the STEM field. Now, since we are tackling AI and digital transformation, women in AI and digital transformation are very well underrepresented. We need to invite more women in the tech field and AI and digital transformation. This is done. This is what discussion that was made through different panel discussion. Basically, I'm just taking a summary here, is to have more role models through conferences like this. Women will see some role models and would like to stick to a STEM field and a STEM job. We need to have more leadership roles for women. And also maybe we can introduce AI into the school curriculum. And there are a lot of speakers talked about a lot of programs done to enhance and to make girls in high school aware of AI and even introduce them in the curriculum. Like it was said in this conference, AI is the new electricity, so we need to make sure women and girls will take part of this. And I would like to thank all our speakers. You know, they did an amazing job, and hopefully next year we'll be face to face. And I would like to thank everyone. Thanks.
Last but not least, I would like to welcome Mr. Suhaib Sheikh, the IEEE Region 8 Vice Chair of Technical Activities and the Chair for the Industry Summit in this conference. He worked with the Industry Summit Board on developing a diverse program with renowned figures from different industries to share with the conference attendees how the practitioners are capitalizing on digital advancements. Mr. Suhaib, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I have to say I was admiring Dr. Ladid and Dr. Al-Nani's background. It's not as vibrant here in London. It's quite gloomy, so I was enjoying a bit of artificial sunlight in their background. I would like to start by firstly congratulating the organizing team. I have a number of hats in my professional life as well as voluntary life. And one of the things I do is I'm the vice chair of technical activities for IEEE Region 8, which is Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And under my purview, IEEE conferences in this region come in. And throughout the year, we were working with a lot of conference organizers, and they did face a number of issues going from physical to virtual. But I would like to commend the organizers here. The transition to a virtual event has been very seamless and quite professional. So well done on that. Going on the industry summit side, one of the key reasons we embarked upon a journey for this industry summit as part of GCAIoT was to ensure that we could provide practical use cases and knowledge from the industry to industry practitioners. And this was the second edition of the industry summit as part of this conference. And we have grown leaps and bounds. This year, we had a total of 8 panels and 5 keynote speakers focused on various facets of artificial intelligence and IoT. We started off with delving a bit into the smart cities side of things and to see what challenges they are facing. We had participation from various smart city stakeholders from the region, including the Saudi megacity Neom, and they provided a lot of very useful insights to our participants in terms of the challenges they are facing. We had a brilliant plenary and keynote session by Dr. Tommaso Gechelin on the self-driving vehicles ecosystem. So a lot coming on that front. And we have a very, very deep and interesting talk on redefining the boundaries and harnessing technical innovation to drive digital transformation by engineer Samuel Zubi, the CTO of Cisco in Middle East and Africa. The crux really was around all of these talks and around all of these discussions that digital transformation has been gathering pace since the last decade. But COVID-19 introduced a number of challenges, but also a number of opportunities, and how companies, cities, organizations, and governments are taking advantage of that. And I hope our speakers were able to give you a very clear perspective of some of that in this region. Our speakers hailed from not only Middle East, but also from South Asia, from Europe, and from America. So quite a diverse background. And perhaps this was a silver lining to having this conference virtually, because we were able to attract such good minds to this conference to present. Lastly, I would like to sort of go on and thank my team who have been helping us throughout the last 8 months. Mohammed Aboud has been very helpful, Faisal Al-Khaldi, Mohammed Shaldil, Mohammed Khwaja, and Abu Alanin. But more importantly, I would also like to thank Dr. Isa Bestaki, Engineer Robert Beerwolf, and Dr. Fatma Tahir for all of their support for the industry summit in this conference. And we hope to bring you an even more interesting, holistic, and insightful industry summit next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Suhaib. And now I want to thank all our esteemed chairs and their teams who really did a great job in comprising an insightful and rich program for the conference. I'd also like to thank the hosts of the different activities and the team behind the screens.
And now we're going to our dear friend, Robert Beerwolf, the Vice President for Conferences at IEEE Technology and Engineering Management Society, IEEE TEMS. Hi, Robert. Please open your mic and start your note.
Yes, thank you. I hope I can be heard well. My Zoom indication says yes, so I trust it'll be true. Thank you once more, now then, for allowing me to say a few words in this closing address. Indeed, the IEEE Technology and Engineering Management Society, or TEMS in short, has a so-called field of interest, which augments all of the change of technology that's progressing at a continuously increasing speed with the management side part, both at the academic side and the application side. As TEMS, we try to be or become that bridge, and the conference to that end are a means of implementing such a bridge. So we sincerely hope to have fostered the dialogue amongst all the participants, the authors, the presenters, the panel members, the keynote speakers, all of you, because it's from the dialogue that we get more knowledge or more understanding and can share our knowledge and experience. So whether you are from a university, a public or private organization or government, that is the reason to join. I had with me Dr. Sudenda Kushek, who is my successor as VP of Conferences for IEEE TEMS, but I noticed he dropped off, which probably means that his mobile connection dropped out. Unlike in the Netherlands, where we are, I heard this morning, 4th or 5th at the World Economic Forum, rated to be able to get back out of this COVID crisis, because we have such a high digital infrastructure. In other countries, such as India, of course, that is not everywhere well, implemented yet. Personally, I always get a warm feeling when I notice the drive and the enthusiasm of all of the volunteers that are making the GCAIoT work and come to life. I remember I joined the second edition in 2018 in Alexandria, which probably means I had so-called first contact in 2017 with the team, and I sincerely really look forward to the 2021 edition, which will be your 5th and first lustrum edition, soon to come to life too. And hopefully then it'll be co-located at the UAE World Expo, which of course was originally planned for this year to happen too, right? But I need to praise and truly praise the team for your endurance, for your faith, and for your perseverance to make this 2020 edition come real. Despite the many different challenges that have been imposed and or have been triggered by COVID-19, this team dared to embark onto even a more uncertainty with engaging with a new innovative platform such as Attendees, and having run multiple parallel virtual sessions. Who said it again? Every problem is an opportunity in disguise. I believe it was John Adams. And for sure, there have been glitches, and for sure there are many issues to be learned from and to be taken care of into any next edition. However, I think it is this mindset and this attitude that needs to be appreciated and valued. This daring to innovate approach, all in support of a bigger goal, to support the development of the MENA region, to support its digital transformation, where IoT devices connected through 5G allow many new applications by embracing the AI, the intelligence to create value for your society 5.0 to come, and clearly implying an understanding and embracing that need for change. And for me to see and witness all this and to be able to play a tiny, small and modest role by merely facilitating a conference to foster the exchange of knowledge experience is then a simple thing to do without hesitation. And so really the only thing I can say is thank you. Thank you for your work and your effort. Thank you. Back to the moderator, please.
Many thanks. Many thanks, Robert, for your kind words and continuous support over years. Thank you so much.
You're most
welcome. And the closing ceremony wouldn't be without having a word from our dear conference chair, Dr. Isa Al-Bastaki, the president of Dubai University. The mic is all yours, Dr. Isa.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think I have the last say, and it's very difficult when I have such a great committees that all of them have a great job. And I think you've been very successful. You are very highly qualified. I think we are lucky to have this kind of group. And I hope we continue have the same or add more. But nevertheless, it's an amazing team, and everybody does his or her job with passion. And that's the key, the passion that you have. All of you made this really a success. And if I start about COVID, I sent a question. I said, what will we remember when looking back at 2020? And I asked them, let me see, what are your thoughts? I said, mine is roar of technology, like a lion, roar of technology. Somebody said, radical change of work style. Another one said, life re-engineering. But one said a very controversial sentence, which I will now talk about or talk against it. He said, prison with wife. I said, it's the other way around, it's prison with husband. So anyway, but one thing said, 2020 made us appreciate the most important gift from God, which is health. So these are some of the things that I received. It seemed like 2020 was a year of technology disruption, I can call it. And people talked about the frontliners, talked about the medical doctors, the nurses, and the civil defense and the police. But they forgot the main defender of all, the unknown soldiers, technology. Without technology, economy would be stagnant for at least till now, maybe 12 months. It would be a catastrophe for the world. Without technology, nothing would work. But because of technology, education was done online, remotely, work was done online, anything, service was done online. Of course, the world were affected. But at the end, technology was the one that made the world at least maintain its economy, not sustain it, so that it can still go, the life can go on. We are lucky to be in that technology. And if I look at the 5G, look at the fourth industrial revolution, the first one was the industrial, the second one was mechanical automation, the third one was electronic automation, and the fourth was ICT automation. I think we are in the fifth, not fourth. I think we are in the fifth, which is the smart automation, which is artificial intelligence automation. So we are actually have started the fifth industrial revolution, and we're not in the fourth already. Because you're talking about, as Dr. Ladi was saying, blockchain. We look at blockchain, virtual reality, augmented reality, big data. Of course, virtual reality means having avatars you can do face-to-face. Talking about artificial intelligence, which is the backbone of every services given nowadays. Internet of Things. When I say Internet of Things, always IP version 6 is a big part of Internet of Things, and of course plus 5G. So this is something that will help each other to grow, and 5G is the backbone that will grow. We have robotics, biotechnology, nanotechnology, 3D printing, and cloud computing. And all of them, there's one technology that's of all, which is 5G. So I think we as technologists should be proud that we're giving services to the world, even though when there are crises. So the conference actually, IEEE GCAIoT conference in Dubai is the fourth one. Sorry, the first one is in 2017 in Alexandria. The second was 18 in Alexandria, and 19 was in Dubai, and 20 is in Dubai, but virtually. And we hope that next year, and I think we will be in Dubai in Expo 2020 in 2021. So this is the fourth edition of the conference. COVID has helped us actually to make the conference more efficient in terms of technology speaking, but in terms of socialing, and have networking together, because you network with certain persons in a conference which is physical, you network with all the people that are in the conference. Maybe that's the only difference that we are going to have. We had 130 speakers from 40 countries, and it went for 5 days and with 44 hours. That means 9 hours per day. That's how it went. It was a big conference, a very successful conference, and the tracks was amazing. The tracks that they had, it was in the technical tracks. The technical track, there was the governmental track, there was the industrial summit, there was the IEEE 5G summit, there was the women in tech summit. But at the end, we said triple helix. I saw it quadra helix. It seemed like women are the fourth one. So it's not just three. Maybe you need to take care of women to make sure that whatever statistic you got from Dr. Buthayna, I think we need to really work hard so that the women who graduate as STEM to work in STEM. And in UAE, we are lucky we have that. And we saw in the conference, so many women were in UAE that were actually in STEM. So the conference is very interesting. We have also challenge, artificial AI, IoT, Arab AI IoT challenge, and today we'll announce the winner. We're going to have 2 more announcements coming. I think it was a very interesting conference. I'd like to thank everybody, Mr. Muhammad Aboud, Dr. Ladid, Mr. Muhammad Awain, and Dr. Mustafa, all of you, Dr. Sahib, all of you, Mr. Robert, everybody that worked hard, all the track chairs, all the chairs of the summits, you did an excellent job. I thank you all very much. Now I go to the moderator. Thank you all very much.
Much appreciated, Dr. Isa. We couldn't have reached it that far without your support. And before we move to the announcements part, I'd like to have a group photo or an online selfie with all of our esteemed attendees here on Zoom. So would you please open your cameras and smile?
عايزين سيلفي دكتور عيسى بقى اللي ينزل على السوشيال ميديا.
ان شاء الله بنزل ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله.
اعطوني بنزل على طول ان شاء الله.
With the selfies, and this selfie would surely go on Dr. Isa's accounts, yeah.
But I have another selfie. Can you get the all fam? Let's see. Gallery. Okay. I have my own selfie.
Okay.
Smile. Oh, smile, everybody. I think. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Done.
That's the.
We're waiting the photos.
I'll send it to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And now we come to the last part of the closing ceremony, where we share with you some announcements and some updates and some successes we would like to share with you. Part of the conference is the finals of the Arab IoT and AI Challenge. And now I will leave the floor to Mr. Muhammad Aboud, the program chair of the Arab IoT and AI Challenge, to announce the winners and share with us some updates about this challenge.
Assalamu alaikum. It is a pleasure to be with you and to make the last announcement about the winners of the Arab IoT and AI Challenge. I know Dr. Isa have another commitment, but we will take only 5 to 6 minutes to make the announcement of the winners and also to make the other 2 big announcements related to the GCAIoT. Arab IoT and AI Challenge, this is the 2nd round. We started this program 5 years ago as the Egypt IoT Challenge, but now it becomes the Arab IoT and AI, and this is the 2nd round. It is not only a challenge that gives the opportunity for university students to compete, it is a complete program. We have a very big part of this program is related to knowledge and sharing experience and knowledge between all people who are interested in technology, IoT, and AI. It is a knowledge hub. We have a big library and big contribution with many technical partners that provide us with a lot of content in Arabic and in different languages to be available for people who are interested in the IoT and AI. We have 3 tracks for the IoT and AI challenge. We are running a competition for university students for graduation projects, another one for startups, and the last one for the high school students in the STEM. And most of them are doing a graduation project in STEM schools. Last year, we have 4 countries from the Arab region. We have United Arab Emirates, Egypt, Saudi, and Palestine. This year, we did the competition in 8 countries, in Egypt, Palestine, Jordan, Tunisia, Oman, Morocco, United Arab Emirates, and Saudi. There was a local finals in each country, and there was a winners in different tracks. It was a very good opportunity for students and for entrepreneurs and for school students to be engaged in this competition and to know more about these new technologies and to compete. And it was a very good experience. The total number of participants who participated in the challenge this year, 350 teams, 21 partners, 1,400 participants all over the region, 111 inspiration ideas and teams, 43 mentors, 31 judges. These numbers for all the competitions run all over the region. We run in 8 countries. The teams who arrived to the finals is 21 teams. We have 64 participants, 6 judges. Now we are going to the most important part, which is announcing the winners of the Arab IoT and AI Challenge second round.
Mr. Aboud, I'd like to add something here.
Yes,
for the winning
sure.
teams, right after you are pronounced as a winner, you will have 30 seconds to open your mic and camera and to share with us a small note in 30 seconds about your win and about your experience with that challenge.
Okay.
Now moving to announcing the winners.
Okay. Now we will start with the track of the graduation projects. We got to the regional finals teams from Emirates and from Egypt. We have the winner for the outstanding team. We have 2 teams that got the first and second award in the Arab IoT Challenge for Graduation Project track. The second team is a man from United Arab Emirates. Do we have any representative from this team?
Aman?
Aman, yes, Aman. This is one of the teams, I think, from Fujairah.
Yeah.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
I'm very happy. Thank you for giving me the chance to participate in this great event. It was really exciting to learn more about all of those innovative ideas, and I hope I will attend more similar events in the future. I'm really appreciate everything. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. And for the first place from Egypt, Team AI Beacon.
Fadal.
Do we have representative from this team in our ceremony? AI Beacon.
Yes, we have Mahmoud. Can you hear us, Mahmoud, and join us?
Yes, I'm here. I can hear you now. Thanks, guys. Thanks for this amazing experience. Thanks for letting us join this amazing competition. We've learned a lot. We without you guys, we couldn't have done, you know, a thing of what we have accomplished. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot again. It's been a pleasure. Everyone we have met until now has been of a great help to us. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. No matter what I said, we will always stay glad to you. We will always we will always remember this moment, and we are always happy to be with you. Thank you a lot.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before going to startup track, as you know, and as we said, the Arab IoT and I Challenge have 3 categories. One category for graduation projects, another one for startups, and we have another track for STEM schools. For STEM schools, it runs this year only in Egypt, but we hope in the coming years it will be expanded all over the Arab countries. So from the winners from the Egyptian AI and IoT Challenge, we selected the most prominent team. This is participated with us also in the judging panel yesterday. This team is from STEM schools toward a rubbish-free world. Do we have one from this team, Abu Anin?
Yes, we have Alia and Yusra. One of them will join us right away.
Okay. Actually, it was a very amazing year for STEM schools. All of the competition runs from the home, and they participate in the training. I think they can say more about their experience in getting training and mentorship remotely using the internet. Floor is you.
Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Okay, so it was a really great experience, but because of COVID and everything, it was a bit challenging, but yeah, we learned a lot.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Last but not least, we are going to announce now the winners of the startup track. This is the most track have participants from different countries. In this track, we got participants from Morocco, from Tunisia, from Egypt, from Jordan, from United Arab Emirates, and all of them competed for about 5 hours yesterday. The judges, it was difficult to select the best team than the most prominent teams, but finally there is the winners, and we are going to announce about the winners of the competition now. For the startup track, we have 3 winners: the first place, the second place, and the third place. And also we have another 2 special awards for the most outstanding startups and teams. We have the most outstanding startup because this is one of the best startup participated, but also they are existent since some time in the market and they are very mature. That's why they got the award of the most outstanding startups. Team Rafiq from Egypt.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and yes, I hope that you all. I'm really مرتبك شوية, بس I just want to say that thank you very much for choosing Rafiq for this opportunity, and this is not the end for us. We have supported 2 dialects in our virtual assistant. We hope that we support all of the MENA region dialects and provide the virtual assistant technology to be available in Arabic in localized experience for every country in the MENA region, and to be in many platforms like in-home and in-car assistant, and to change how Arabic-speaking people deal with technology and make it voice-enabled for all of us. Thank you very much for this. I really appreciate this.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And the second special awards goes to a team from Tunisia that have a very good idea, but it needs more time and more effort to make it a commercial one, and they did a great job. This team is Bodo Save from Tunisia, the most promising idea. Do we have one?
Hello.
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you all for this opportunity. It's such a great experience. We learned a lot. Thank you all. Thank you that you give us the opportunity to save the diabetic people all over the world. Thank you all. And we will take your advices in consideration, and we will improve ourselves. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Then we are going to announce the top 3 winners. We will start from the third one to the second to the first one. For the third place, we have digital solution for efficient water demand management from Jordan. Third place.
Yes, we are waiting for Heba. Join us, Heba. Please unmute.
We will go fast. We will go fast. Okay.
Hi, everyone. You can hear me? Yeah.
Congratulations, Heba.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very glad of being part of this competitions and this conference. It was really a great experience for us. And thank you for everyone for all the effort that you have put in this conference. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
For the second place, we have a team from United Arab Emirates, Tilawa by Data Lab.
Interesting.
There was a very successful team that participated this year in this competition.
Yes, we have Mina here, and he will join us. Mina, open your mic and camera.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We want to see you also. Okay.
Yes. Hi. Well, it's such a pleasure. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And again, this is just the beginning. This is just the start. And happy to take this opportunity to leapfrog the region from Dubai, from Egypt, from everywhere. I think there is huge potential here, and happy to be part of it.
Congratulations, Mina.
Congratulations. Thank you.
And now for the first place, it was a very amazing idea and very amazing team from Morocco, OmniSat. They have a very, very, very amazing idea that inspiring all of the judges, actually.
Hello. Yes, Saad.
Can you hear me? Thank you so much. It is a huge honor to be one of the winners. This competition taught us a lot of things, and we are so grateful for it. Also, we are very happy and delighted that the space industry is getting the recognition it needs. Thank you so much one more time for this opportunity. And trust me, OmniSat is going to be a lot bigger than you actually thought. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
To finish, we have a very quick 2 announcements. I would like to invite Dr. Mohammed Shadid and to invite Mohandes Hisham Wahbi and to invite Dr. Isa Bastaki to make the first announcement about the new initiative that comes out from this conference. Dr. Isa, can you speak about the announcement?
Yes, as we had before, we had Arab, Egypt, IoT and AI challenge. Then we had Arab, and now we're going to start, inshallah, Africa, IoT and AI official announcement. So this is the announcement. We are officially announcing that we'll start from now, Africa. We are growing. One day we'll go to the world. Yes.
Yes. So as you know, we started Arab IoT and AI Challenge last year, and this is second year. And now we are announcing together Africa AI and IoT Challenge that is supported by TEM Society, IEEE TEM Society. There will be a press release that will be published to make this announcement. And there is also another big announcement that will be announced now also by Dr. Isa. And I would like to have a 1 minute talk from Dr. Shadid and Hisham about the second program.
Okay, I think this is also very important. You know, we need to support entrepreneurs in the world, and it's very interesting. So we are going to start the soft landing program. And, you know, we like, maybe we can see if we can choose some here, some incubation centers or some entrepreneurship centers that they can actually soft land the foreign entrepreneurs. So we're going to help them to be successful. I think this would be the second announcement for this IEEE GCAIoT.
Dr. Shadid, if you like to say something, and Engineer Hisham, in 1 minute,
yes,
please.
Yes, I would like to say just brief words. Thank you very much. This is an icon of how we can mobilize forces between different Arab countries. I would like only to thank a team who started this business 4 years ago, and the business of the conference is growing. I would like to thank Mohamed Aboud, Dr. Mustafa Nanai, Dr. Isa Bistaki, and all the team who started the business of this conference since 2017. Thank you very much all. Dr. Mustafa Nanai, of course, is a pivot in starting this conference before 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Engineering Hisham from Idea Space.
Thank you so much for giving me the chance to speak. We are honored to be part of this conference and part of this initiative as Idea Space, and it is a very influential and important program. And we are honored to be collaborating with the Arab IoT and AI Challenge, with the Tasal and the Burj Al Arab Innovation Cluster, and the University of Dubai on bigger and greater things. And we are exploring now this soft landing program in which we can develop a stronger connection between startups in Egypt and UAE.
Thank you, Dr. Isa. Thank you, Engineer Hisham. Thank you, Dr. Mohamed Shadid. And now, by the ending of the closing ceremony, I will leave the floor for the moderators to close the session, and also to give us a quick video about the last announcement, Africa AI and IoT Channel. Thank you very much all. Thank you.
Now we have just a short video for the announcement of our expansion from Arab IoT and AI Challenge to Africa IoT and AI Challenge, which will be part of the conference next year, inshallah.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا جزيلا. شكرا.
Thank you.
شكرا.
At the end, we'd like to thank all the ceremony attendees, speakers, conference board, and organizers. Looking forward to meeting you at the next edition of the conference within the activities of Dubai Expo at United Arab Emirates. Till then, please do not forget to follow up on our accounts on the different social media platforms to receive the conference updates.
Thank you.
Now we have the closing ceremony, the closing video for the conference. And our team would like to share with you a photo. Our volunteers who were behind the stage This is part of the team. The other part was working with us. Thank you for all your time. We will play a video for 1 minute and the closing ceremony is done, and meet you next year, inshallah.
Inshallah ta'ala.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time, and looking forward to meeting you all physically in Dubai Expo 2021 in Dubai, in United Arab Emirates.
Thank you.
Is there a video? Are we done or is there a video?
I think we are done.
Oh, we are done?
Yeah, I don't think they.
Oh, okay.
I think they, yeah.
This was it.
Yeah, everybody, yeah, they have left, yes. Yeah. Goodbye to all of you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Goodbye. Pleasure working with you all.
Thank you.
All right.
Stay safe.